Alright, let's see how the audio's looking. Alright, so we don't want this to echo. I think we may have this fixed up. Cool. Okay, now that we've got this up, I can go ahead and load that. Cool. Leave the chat there. Alright. Alright, so let's see, let's find some paints. Actually, I might want to get that extra flip. Bum, bum, bum. So I'm not sure if you guys are actually getting any of the audio, or audio, the music, which I'm on the Mac, so it's giving me a little bit of trouble, unfortunately. Guys who designed this program did not have not updated for Mac very well. Do. Okay. Okay. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm kind of working on doing the black shoulder pads, borders for the Imperial fists. I do the models in stages, so kind of like an assembly line. I'm basically going to be going through and doing like all the black spots that I can find. You know, I'm sure I'll overlook some and have to come back and touch it up, but all the black borders and black things, and then, you know, when I'm done with all that, I'll come back and I'll do all the next color and the next color. It's a little tedious and slow feeling, but it's the most efficient way really to paint big batches of models, to be perfectly honest. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Hey Nord, what's up, man? Yeah, hold on. I need to have this set up so it'll actually notify me when somebody pops in. I'll show you exactly what it is I'm working on, man. Give me 1 second. Let me adjust this music down just a smidge. There we go. That's a little bit better. Don't need that going. Alright, so here's kind of what I'm working on. This guy looks really cool. I'll show him to you. So let's see if I can get this to focus real quick. Woo! Alright, yeah, so it's a Space Marine for Warhammer 40k. He clearly, I mean, he's not done, so like, let me find my paintbrush here. These spots here, you know, like that's not painted. His eyes aren't painted, anything like that, but or shoulder pad. However, this is kind of what I'm working on so far. Let's see. I've got a guy whose face I had worked on a little bit. Let's get him focused in there. Boop. Yeah. So kind of what I'm working on. Yeah, look at that face. Look at me. Pew pew. Yeah. So kind of cool looking. He's not done either. I've got to do his beard, his eyeballs and stuff. This was me testing to see if I could get a skin tone that I liked. But you know, you can see like his dagger's not done. That'll be painted silver and have some blood or something on it. His gun's not finished yet. Let's zoom out here. There's some tanks and stuff down here too. So like, you know, we've got one of his tanks. Got these little dozer blades that go on them. Let's see here. Yeah, so you know, this one's not weathered up. This is in, you know, stages of completion. So like his decal here, I'm gonna weather that, make it look like it's all battle damaged. So it'll look more like this. You see, it's got the battle damage, chipping, rust, stuff like that. So it's gonna look more like this when it's done, but you can tell this isn't finished yet. I haven't got the iconography finished, but it's in various stages of work. So if you've ever played Warhammer or the Dawn of War games, this is what this is from, or what? Well, that's what Dawn of War's based on, is this minis game. If you've never played it, you should check it out. You'd probably like it. They're not terribly expensive. If you ever played the Command and Conquer games in the 90s and 2000s, it's like that, except Warhammer 40k, and they're good. A lot of times, Humble Bundle will put them on sale, and you can get the complete collection of them for like $15. Matter of fact, I've donated to the Humble Bundle and bought them and just given them away to friends because it was such a good deal, and I wanted them to try the game. So, but it's a slow process, unfortunately. The painting is, anyway. Ooh. I got that paint a little bit too thin. But yeah, this is what I do. This is what I get paid to do. It's my current job. I would like to at some point branch out and do more, you know, video content, teaching people, but it's going to be an experience, you know, learning. It's also an experience because I've got a computer that can kind of run games, not terribly, but it's not super amazing. I've got a MacBook that will edit the shit out of video content. However, for live streaming, Mac is not, it doesn't appear to be as readily supported as PC. So I'm actually streaming subpar. There was probably a delay when I was showing you the different, or the pointing out the spots that weren't done and whatnot. There's probably a delay, and you probably saw me, you probably heard me say things before you saw my hands move. It's because there's a delay in the capture device, and this program won't let me do that. Nice, man. You ought to have that done by the weekend. I mean, a couple solid days of gaming, and that'll do it. Especially with the premium account status. Definitely ought to help. Yeah, the problem is I'm self-employed, and it's, the term starving artist applies. I work on commission, so if people need stuff done, it's great. If no one's booking commissions, it's not so good, you know? Which is, again, why I'm kind of trying to branch out. I'm trying to stream games. I want to get into streaming painting to kind of show people what I do. And maybe generate some more avenues for advancement, you know? That way I'm not so dependent on just commission work. Like if my stream gets big and I can start teaching people to paint and or, you know, play games when I'm not painting, that's kind of why I'm doing both. If that helps offset the what I make from commissions, that would be great, because when things are good with commissions, they're good. When they're not, you know? So that's the downside. And that's pretty much the case with just about any artist who works on commission. Graphic artists, you know, freelance artists, anybody who works for themselves, it's that way. And the company that makes the miniatures for this particular game, I've applied with jobs with them several times. I've just never had luck getting in, unfortunately. Kind of bummed I can't get the music to play like I can on the PC. It picks up my desktop on the PC, so any music in the background it picks up, so you guys can, like, you know, jam out with me. Mac software is not as cool, unfortunately. Ooh, might have got a little bit too much black right there. Yeah, it's not crisp. It's not what we wanted to do here. Shit. Try and do damage control and fix the spot that I messed up. Not looking like it's gonna happen. Balls. Got my paint a little bit too thin. Giving me trouble here. And the bottom side's not terrible. It's right here. Really mess that up. Yeah, I should be on tonight, dude. I'm gonna try and get a nice solid paint session in today, but I should be on this evening. Like I said, I'm trying to do this whole, paint and stream games thing. It's kind of double content, so I will usually be on most evenings, barring girlfriend duty. Um, I should be on most evenings playing at least a little something, get content out there on the internet. Plus, I don't sleep so good, and I like playing World of Warships. Goddamn. This guy's shoulder pad might end up getting weathered, unfortunately. It was not the intent. I can't get this black off. Yeah. Trying to convince Kanar to play, but he's got 1,000,000 games installed, so proving to be difficult. Oh my god. This paintbrush is not cooperating with me today. Looks like crap. Unfortunately. Damage control on the spot I screwed up over here. Phone is still up there. Alright, so let's put a little bit more black in my mix, because this is coming out a little bit too thin. Dun, 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 dun. keeping on. This mix is still looking way too thin. This is like painting with water. This is not what we want. Okay. I'm going to throw up a link in chat. Armedpainter.com. There's a portfolio there. You can see some of my actual work. I've definitely been doing it a while, so there's not a whole lot of images, but there's still a decent amount if you ever want to check out some of the other stuff that I do. Or have done, rather. It's interesting. I would not be opposed to working... Actually, this is ironic. Wargaming, the company that makes World Warships, World of Tanks, they actually have some models. I wouldn't be opposed to trying to paint one of their ships at some point, or tanks, but, you know, gotta have time. So, right now, when I'm painting, it's usually commission work. You know, gotta make the monies. I guess you guys might actually want to see kind of the angles and stuff. Not that you can super see what I'm working on, but, you know, we can talk about it. Basically, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm kind of just blacking out all the spots that need to be black. You know, working on one color detail at a time. Some of these details are hard to get to because I assembled the model first, but for tabletop gaming, it's not that big of a deal because there's details you realistically aren't going to see anyway. So, it varies. It depends really on what the models are. I usually try and aim for $15 an hour, give or take. Which is actually on the low end, I'm told, for commission work. My biggest issue, to be perfectly honest, is expenses. I don't account for them adequately, so I'll book a commission based on hourly time I think it's going to take, and I don't adequately calculate how much it's going to cost for the painting materials, and then that gets me. So I'm constantly reevaluating my pay, or what I charge. The issue is, I can basically try and charge whatever I want to charge. If people don't want to pay that, that's a different story. And let me finish this gun where I'm at, and I'll explain to you exactly what I mean. There we go. I have not forgot the thought. We're talking about pay. I'm slightly OCD, so let me get this gun blacked out. Well, I'll explain it to you. Come here, gun. And this looks a little bit sloppy right now, and that's because I'm going to go in all the spots that I'm hitting that I shouldn't be hitting. Don't matter yet because they're going to be silver, so it's okay if if the paint gets on those spots. So we're talking about pay and the problem. All right, so I'm gonna show you a box of stuff, real quick. Pan this over. This is a box of models. Okay, that's one box. I have another box to work on for this guy that's got about the same amount of models in it, plus a whole bunch of tanks. Okay, a whole bunch of tanks. I can't quite get it all on the camera. And that's not even all of them. There's 3 more tanks and a flyer, an airplane. So the problem is when you're looking at these, and there's I don't know, 50 of them, 50 of these dudes, and you gotta think it's gonna take me 2 hours a model. Let's say 2 hours a model. Just throw out a number. And then I just told you I usually try and aim for $15 an hour for myself. That's why. That's why this gets ridiculous. That's why commissions are hard. But, you know, I can't work for free, and neither would anyone else. So if I told you I wanted you to, you know, come do work at my house for 40 hours, you'd want to get paid for it, you know. And that's the, yeah, it is a lot to paint. And that's the issue with the commission painting is, you know, time. I don't pay myself until I finish a project. So, you know, the money from this is still sitting in PayPal. I won't touch it. I don't like that idea because I don't think I should get paid till it's done. You know. I was going with that. But the other issue is people don't understand it. They don't understand how much. They don't understand that this paint. Whoops. They don't understand this paintbrush was a $30 paintbrush, and I shouldn't be using it for the work I'm using it for because this is grunge work, so to speak. But this paintbrush is toast. It got messed up. They don't understand that the paints are relatively expensive. Paintbrushes are expensive, you know. So I get a lot of commission quotes where someone wants me to paint, you know, 30 of these dudes, or not 30, 50 of these dudes, and they want to pay me $50, and they want me to buy the models too, you know. And then I'm like, no, there's no way, you know. And a 10-man box of these models costs like $45 or something. You know, so people send me quote requests and they want me to paint a whole bunch of them, and their budget doesn't even cover buying the models. You know, so that's the problem with miniature commission painting. You know, but fortunately, I've got a couple of really cool clients that are repeat customers. I've done one-off projects for people. I've done projects where people I had to save up. You know, they understood why the costs are what they are. They couldn't afford it at the time, but they saved up, and then when they had the money, they paid me to do stuff. That's fine too. One of the other things I do is I also try and do discounts for people. Like I want to incentivize you. So like if you refer a friend and they book a commission, I'll hook them up with a discount, and then I'll give you a discount, you know, for sending them over. I'll do that. And then I'll also do, like, so to be honest with you, you know, this is where part of the reason why I like World of Warships. I like military stuff. I never served in the military. You know, I'm really artistic. I'm not an aggressive guy. But I appreciate the people that do those jobs that I don't do. So I give discounts to veterans if you're in the military, active duty, or you know, if you're retired or discharged or whatever, I'll give you a discount. And then also if you are a public servant, if you're a cop, if you're a firefighter, EMS, or a teacher, I lump teachers in there because they don't do like the law enforcement, EMS, rescue stuff, but they're underappreciated, underpaid, you know. So I appreciate what they do for the community. So if a teacher or a professor or whatever comes to me and they want me to paint some models, they get a discount. Just like I would give a discount to a cop or firefighter or EMT, soldier, whatever. Because they do jobs that need to be done and they're not appreciated, you know. Or especially teachers. I mean, not to downplay everyone else, but teachers get so much flack, you know, and they're underpaid and they're understaffed and underfunded. So, you know, I want to give back. You know, I get to do the things that I do because other people do jobs I don't want to do, you know. So that is why I do what I do and why the costs are kind of what they are. The big issue is with commission painting, or additional issue rather, is that you know, people got to have money and to spend money, and then they got to spend money for me to make money. So if the economy's not doing good, I'm in one of those industries where, it goes. People got to eat before they get toys painted, you know what I mean? So that is one downside to what I do. And right now I'm kind of painting the big guys. They were just in the box next to be painted, or at least to have the black portions painted. So there's some other ones. I was hoping a couple more people would. Oh, hey, got someone else in the channel. Let's see here. Hang on one second. I gotta expand the screen here. Twitch was covered. Couldn't see all the chat. Alright. So, communal napkin. Oh, hey, Tim. I'm pretty sure that's you. What kind of models do I dislike painting? Hold on, Joy. That's a good question. I like painting Space Marines, I'll tell you that. And the reason I like painting Space Marines is, I mean, it's going to sound bad, but they're easy. So, like, when you're looking at... Let's use this guy because he's got a face painted. When you're looking at this dude, all I have to do is shoulder pads, head, chest, and then his details. And because I know you, I'm not as big of a fan of painting things like Guardsmen. Not that they're hard, they're more time consuming. So, like, with these models, I'm able to airbrush. So, let's zoom in real quick. So, like, I airbrushed them, and it's not easy to tell, but there's a subtle difference in the yellows on the tops of his legs and on the undersides. The lights give a little bit of shadow, but there's a slight difference in color. With a Space Marine, they've got they're all one solid piece of armor type thing, and you can get a lot of work done with airbrush and then go straight into detailing. Yeah, that guy looks badass. He's one of my favorite models. He came out of the what's that box? The box set that comes with the command squad. He's the captain that comes in, except we put a different head on him. I think that's one of the Stern Guard heads. So, but yeah, he looks badass. Anyway, when you're working on things like Guardsmen, or any army like that, any army that's got two major colors, like if they wanted this Space Marine to be yellow and then half of them green, it would suck to paint. And that's the issue with Guardsmen for me, or things like that, is I can airbrush one color, so the cloth or the armor. And you can do some masking, but on those smaller models, it's hard to get in there and do that. So that would be the thing I dislike. Any models that I can't get good base coats on and have to paint more by hand. And I really like painting models that I can get a lot of work with airbrush, which sounds terrible. The other thing I really like to do, probably equal to painting, which sounds terrible, but I like doing poses. So like this guy, for the commission I'm working on, he's got a whole bunch of Space Marines, and each one of his sergeants, so this is one of them, was supposed to have like a pistol and a sword. So I got to make each one kind of unique in his own way. Let me find one of these other ones. Where are you guys? Should be easy to spot. They got plumes on them. How am I missing them? Where are you, little turds? Huh. There's a sea of yellow, and for some reason, I'm drawing a blank here. Oh, there we go. Derp. So, like, this guy, kneeling pose, and so that's using Devastator legs, but I got to do some cool poses with it. And then this guy, he's kind of like, I don't know, different pose. I don't know how to explain it, but I really enjoy assembling Space Marines, particularly the ones that have all the fancy bits, because I can set up poses and you know, see how they stand there. So like this one, I have kind of like he's shooting, doing whatever. This one, similar pose, but he's kind of like standing there, looking out. So I like to do give each kind of model character. My favorite model from the Space Marine Tacticals I've worked on so far is this one. He's using the the Stern Guard Veteran Heavy Bolter, but he looks awesome. That shoulder pad looks really cool. He's got Purity Seal flying out, and it's a cool looking thing. It's like mixing and matching bits, doing that. Like this dude, I mean, there's not much of, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just fun. Like, he's like looking down at his little gizmo here. Maybe he's texting, whatever the hell he's doing. But that's fun. That's probably equally as fun to painting for me. It's just posing. And that's another difference for 40K in particular between Guardsmen and Space Marines is the Guardsmen don't have the posability that Space Marines do. Because just the nature of the way the models are. They can't do it. I've got some other cool stuff sitting here that I picked up from this cool Kit Kringle place. Yeah, this guy, picked him up a while back from you. It's probably been a year ago. This was actually in the Nord. This is something cool. I know Communal Navigator. I picked this up from you, Tim, and I'm the guy that's currently commissioned me to do the Imperial Fists. He's a repeat customer, and my most easygoing client. So when I saw he was doing Imperial Fists, I had this guy laying on my desk, and I was like, I want to paint a free model for him. So I've assembled this. I'm going to be working on finishing him for him, and the guy that I'm working on it for is actually a veteran. So that's also kind of cool, giving back to him. But you can see, actually, we're talking about why I like Marines. You can actually kind of see on this guy up here, light yellow, dark yellow. Airbrush and a wash. These guys really benefit well from it. One of the things you haven't seen that I'm working on, or probably haven't seen, is this guy. So he's from Forge World. This is, well, actually, you might have seen it. I posted it in the group, but it's been a little bit. So that's Sigmundson. Just with the airbrush and a little bit of a wash on it so far. I kind of leave the unique HQs and stuff for last so that I can enjoy doing the detail work on those after I've done all the grunge work. And there's a change in colors, so you've got blue. So this is a good one to talk about why I like airbrushing. If you look at his shoulder pad on the bottom, dark blue to a light blue on the top. So you get a nice fade, and all of his armor plates are that way. So like his legs got light blue, and you turn it, it's dark blue on the underside. So that's why I like painting Space Marines. It's a lot of fun. I also really like painting tanks, because tanks, if you screw up painting on a tank, you get to weather. Well, assuming you get to weather it up, you can fix it and make it look cool. So let's talk about this. Airbrushing messed up a little bit. Paint wasn't mixed right or whatever. You can see right here the texture of the paint. It came through bad. What I'm going to do is weather that spot up, and it's, instead of being like, oh crap, I messed up, it's more like, oh crap, there's a targeted area for weathering, so I can fix the mistake. But also, because of the mistake actually being there, it's going to actually give a little bit of texture to the paint, or the model, so it's kind of cool looking. Similar thing kind of happened on the dozer blades. You can see it. You can see in the yellow it kind of looks like it's runny a little bit. I ran with it, so it kind of looks like the paint got messed up during battle, but it's kind of like a Bob Ross philosophy, and it's hard to get into, but instead of looking at it as mistakes, look at it as happy little accidents and try to figure out how to use the mistake and make something useful out of it. Now that doesn't always work, because sometimes you just make a mistake and you're downright screwed up, but in general, if you can figure out a way to work the mistake into the actual model instead of having to go back and redo it, you're just going to be happier in the end because you've spent less time and you have some cool characteristics for your model. So, that was my long-winded way of half answering your question. Oop. You see, I got quickly back into working on this model because I'm easily distracted. I have not. I'm wanting to see how this stream goes, and if I can get interest. One of the things I want to do to help promote it is paint up some of the Primaris Marines. I was about to say people. Primaris people. Paint some of the Primaris Marines live, and give them away. And because I bought that box from Kit Kringle, I can paint up. What did I have? There's 3 Reavers, 3 Primaris dudes. I can paint up 6 different models and give them to 6 different stream or people that are watching the stream. And I think that'd be a cool way to promote the stream. It'd be a cool way to paint some new models and not feel obligated to paint a whole new army right now or update mine. Now, the caveat is one of those models looks really, really badass to me out of what I picked up from the store. And he might be live streamed. He might be an Ultramarine, probably, because he looks cool. He may not get given away because he looks cool enough that I might want to keep him on my desk. So it's really going to depend. But yeah, I've got plans to try. If I can pick up some commissions locally to offset some of the costs, I really want to get some of the Primaris Marines when they come out. Reavers look cool, the Primaris look cool, but I really want one of those Dreadnoughts, But I've dumped a small chunk of cash lately out of the Tau commission, or not Tau commission, but Tau army I sold. I've dumped a small fortune of that into getting stuff to stream with, in particular a new monitor and the HD capture. So my extra funds got hit a little bit harder than I expected because I didn't expect to jump full force into trying to stream. But it's one of those things from a business perspective. Sometimes you have an opportunity and it clicks and you want to jump on it. And lately I've been really stressed out with commissions because either you have it or you don't, and you can't generate something that's not there. And I enjoy interacting with people, and if it seemed to fit to try and transition into doing live streaming or tutorials or video content in addition to painting. But that way, if painting is low or I'm at a lull for commissions, I can redirect the time the time I would be invested in painting into doing more video content to try and offset that. So that is where I'm at. Another long-winded way of saying, yes, I would like to paint those models sometime soon. Also, not to promote my World of Warships crap too much, but the guy that's in the stream with us right now, the Nord88, he plays Warships with me, Nathan, and John, usually nightly. So if you're ever on, he could definitely pop in some games with us. The other benefit you'd have of that is he's still working on Tier 5, and he's only got, I think, the 1, so he would not be that much farther ahead of you in tiers. So we could actually all group up and play together on some lower tiers and hang out. I mean, you can also hang out with Nathan if you want to watch him steal all your kills, because that's what he does to me, and then he watches me die. That's what happens every time. 99% of the time when I play with Nathan, I try and be his wingman. He dives in, doing whatever. I get shot up, even when he is the most optimal target, they still shoot me. I don't know why. And then, he goes in, he goes ham, kills everything. I sit there watching him because I'm dead. Literally, we had a match. He was in the Tirpitz and I was in the Bismarck. We're driving into battle. I am literally the furthest ship on the east side of the map. I am parallel with Nathan, who's on my west side of my ship, right next to me, probably 2 kilometers away. We're both broadside. All the enemies shot at me. I was further away from him and slightly obscured by him, and they shot me instead of him. I literally was like, Nathan, I don't understand why this happens, but when I play with you, I get screwed. But what do you do? Black's running out. Alright, hang on, I'm gonna grab extra black. Handy dandy bag of paints. Woo! Fresh. I'd really like to start doing some teaching things with the stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. Hang on, I'll show you an example. So, last year, I think, when they updated the white dwarfs, I picked up that white dwarf from you and I got this guy. And I did some airbrushing to drop the red coat on him, which I don't know if you can really see well. But on his shoulder pad, it's a dark red into well, yeah, it's freaking hard to tell. But into a lighter red. But because he's got all these ginormous abs and crap on him, I think that doing a live stream and teaching people how to do flesh colors would be cool and much easier to do because this guy is a hefty model. He's easy to see, and I can show people kind of what I do, and then maybe give them away afterwards. But doing stuff like that, especially when it's a model for an army, I'm not going to play. I get to paint something that I normally wouldn't be painting and give it to somebody who may not normally be able to have a model or, whatever. Of course, if Nathan's in the stream, I expect him to win half that crap because he's the luckiest person in the world. Yeah, I think it would help him. I think the biggest issue, and this is what I've ran into when I try and give Nathan critiques, well, not even critiques, just more or less just tips and suggestions. I try to be diplomatic with people's painting because I don't want to come across as pretentious, like some people may not realize it, but when they approach me about their painting, like I don't show emotion very well, but it's exciting for me when they're excited about their painting, even if they're new or if they don't feel good at it or they're not, quote, pro quality. I'm still excited because it's been a long time since I had that this is new, let me rush and paint a bunch of models feeling. Now it's a job. And the purity's kind of been siphoned away a long time ago. But back on point here, I think my biggest issue with trying to teach people is, you're going to have to be willing to make investments. Now, you don't have to go out and buy the best paintbrushes. You don't have to go out and buy a airbrush right away, whatever. But like when I do flesh tones and if I'm trying to show someone, that's going to be like 3 paints minimum, and that's, at $3 to $5 pop, or $3 to $4 a bottle or whatever. You're looking at 3 paints. So what is that? Between $9 and $12 somewhere plus tax. And that's just to do flesh. So I've run into the issue, like in particular again with Nathan, where I was like, hey, your Iron Hands, you could do this, this, and this. Well, the things that he liked or he gravitated towards were things he had the paints for. He was not as responsive to suggestions that required him to invest in more paints. And I get it, they're not cheap, and I've been collecting paints over the years, so it's accumulated. But that is an issue, It's kind of like trying to work on a car. If you don't have the right sockets, you can't do certain things. So if you want to do a certain job, at some point you're going to have to get the right tools. And that's my biggest concern. But yeah, absolutely, long-winded way of saying I definitely would love to teach people. They just got to be open-minded about learning and realize they're going to have to buy paints and stuff to do it with. And it's actually, to be honest with you, the flesh stuff's not terribly difficult. It's time-consuming, depending on how detailed you want to go. Like, I think with yours, you generally do a flesh color and then, what is it, Reichland flesh wash, I think, which works. It's going to give you the reddish skin tone, or when you wash it, a little bit of red hint to it. I actually use a purple. Hang on one second, I'll put that guy back on the screen. So, like, whoops. This guy. Zoom in here. So his face was actually done with 4 colors, 2 different fleshes, 2 different washes. So his hair, or his buzzed head, so to speak, kind of giving him like the GI look. That's just literally a couple drops of Nuln oil mixed in with the flesh paint, and what I've done with that is I thin it down almost like a wash of flesh and Nuln oil, and you just layer that on his head, and it goes on really thin, and you can kind of see, okay, it's a darker flesh color, but it looks like kind of what someone would look like if they had dark hair and buzzed their hair off. You're going to get that kind of a look. And then, for the front of his face was basically just flesh color, a thinned down purple wash. Then I went back in with that same flesh color really thinned down, and kind of like a glazer wash over the purple once it dried, just to tone down the purple a little bit. And then I did highlights. And like, other than trying to blend that a lot, it didn't take too long. And for someone who's new to flesh, they could literally drop the flesh color, throw down the purple wash, and they could stop there, and it's going to look good for tabletop. But if you go in and just doing the edge highlights, it's going to just make them pop a little bit more. And you can tell I haven't even done the beard or the eyes yet, or his studs on his head and the silver parts of his mechanical, neck, ear crap, whatever it is. And that's really just going to enhance that. But it's an interesting technique, and I saw someone online use purple for flesh once, and I thought, what the heck are they doing? But it actually works. It's a natural thing. Purple and blue, if you think about, like the veins in your arms, or when you get bruised, you're getting shades of purple and blue, so it makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And that probably doesn't take you a lot of time. And if you've got 100 guardsmen to paint, you're not going to try and do that process I just explained on 100 dudes. But if you've got a commissar or an astropath or a site premier psyker or whatever that is an HQ, you can spend an extra 30 minutes or something doing that, and it's going to look good. I've not used Model Master's Flesh. I use Reaper Miniatures flesh colors, and then I use the Nuln oil and the Ducci or Drucci or whatever violet wash from Games Workshop. Now I do have the I think it's Reikland Flesh. I have a bottle of that laying around. I don't use it as often because I'm used to the purple. But if somebody wanted a maybe like a more tanned skin tone, not quite as pale as the ones that I typically paint, then the Reikland would work pretty well. I think, now this is just me kind of talking out there, I think Games Workshop, if they took an approach with their paints like they have been the last year with their model kits, and they did bundles of paints and discounted them, they'd make bank. Like, if you did a box set with a handful of flesh colors and a handful of washes to use with those, so let's say you put in Reikland Flesh, the purple, a black wash, so those 3, and then like 3 different flesh colors, so a 6 paint set, and let's say they bundled that and charge like 20 or 30% less retail, like those would sell. It would be a nice, like, here's your flesh paints box, and then put a little leaflet in there with some picture tutorials on how to do it. And I mean, that's exactly what, I don't know if you're familiar with them, that's what Scale 75 does, and I think Vallejo does with their bundles. When you open those boxes, there's a little leaflet that gives you a tutorial or a how-to, whatever, to use those paints for whatever techniques on the box. So, like Scale 75, if you want to learn to do non-metallic metals, which takes forever, I've attempted it, it's not my favorite thing to do, it takes way too damn long. But if you wanted to do that, and you buy that box kit, which has, I think, 6 paints in it, it's got a little leaflet and pictures, and it tells you what paints to use and explains to you what to do with them, and it's a good deal. And I think those little bundles are like fuck, I don't even remember how much those things cost. But it's a good deal, you know. And GW could do that, and I think that would be cool, especially if they didn't give you the little baby peddly pots. Like, bundle it and give us good one, you know, normal size paints. That would be cool. The one thing I'm surprised they haven't done is they haven't adopted a dropper bottle thing. That's a big complaint. You know, I would buy more of their paints than I do certain other companies if they had them in dropper bottles. Like, you know, I'm using this. Unfortunately, this is from Hobby Lobby, not from Kit Kringle, but this is just easy to use versus, you know, scooping the black out to do what I'm doing. But more in particular for airbrushing, they sell airbrush ready paints or, you know, close to ready paints, and they're still in this. How the hell are you supposed to get that into an airbrush without using some type of tool or dumping that everywhere? It was a smart move for them to try and, you know, dabble into the airbrush community. It was stupid not to get a dropper bottle. Yeah, see, that's not a bad deal, especially if the paints actually show you how to do it. But I think they need to do more than just like how to paint Space Marine paint sets and stuff like that. For example, like if they did a how to weather your tanks or whatever paint set, and it had Rise of Rust and Typhus Corrosion, and then like silvers and washes to do it. Like, if they think outside the box, they can do bundles similar to what the other companies do, and start getting people to use more than just the basic paints, you know, and teaching them techniques that aren't hard. Like, hang on, I'll show you. Ooh, this is a good one. So, like, this tank. This is literally done with, other than the yellow, all the weathering, that's all GW paints. Like, the washes, or the streaks or whatever. This right here, you know, so it looks like it's rusting and coming out. That's all Games Workshop. Hang on, where are those things at? Now it's gonna bug me. Where are those pieces? There's some pieces I need. Where did you go? Alright, here we go. So, here's the top to one of the rhinos. That is literally, that's GW stuff. And they, you know, they could, I think that's 4 paints or something. It's even got a little bit of the, oh man, what is that? Nihilix something. It's the greenish wash stuff for oxidation. There's a little bit of that mixed in there, you know, in some spots. If they did a little box set with the materials to do that, literally, you can weather your tank and make it look like this in probably less than a half an hour. It's really, really fast. And they just need to do a bundle with the paints, put a little leaflet in there, and explain to you how to do it. But some people see that stuff and they get discouraged, or they don't think they can do it, and they really can. And now, in their defense, not because I don't want to get on like a GW bash thing, because I really don't have a problem with them, or with their products. You know, they've been doing pretty good with the community, with like Duncan doing the painting tutorials and whatnot. So they do have that, but I think they could bundle a little bit more on the paint side, which you mentioned they're doing, at least with the models, which is good. I just hope they continue to drive forward, because it is a company that sells models, but they also have really good paints. And you know, the more they get people involved with painting and teaching them stuff, the more people are going to buy more of the paints, because now they're confident with them, or they want to learn the techniques, you know? So, and, you know, that whole point of all that is, like, I'm a cheap ass. I think a lot of people in this hobby would rather spend more money on models than money on paints, you know? So, the better bundles you give us, the more likely we are to buy them, I think. Which I think is also why people got all excited about the new box set, because it is, I mean, it's a little pricey, you know, at what, $160 or whatever for the new 2-player starter, but value-wise, it is a good value. It's worth every dollar. Like, at retail, it's good. You know, not even considering discounts you could potentially find. It's a good deal. You know, I just want to see them do more on the paint side, too, because I got more models than I need right now, and there's more models I want that I still don't need. But what I actually do need is I need more paints. You know, I always need paints, and I always like new paints. Like, give me new stuff to play with. You know, more tools to paint my pretty little toy soldiers with. So we'll see what they actually continue doing. I have faith. I mean, the last year they've made good changes. Even though I haven't been playing their games as much the last year or two as I used to, their company in the last year has still been making good changes. So just because I don't play doesn't mean I don't want to see them succeed. Yeah, the $40 one that I bought. Yeah, it's got the 6 Marines and then the 3 Plague Marines and 6 Poxwalkers or whatever. Yeah, that's a good deal. It also comes with a mini rulebook, which is nice. My only complaint with that, which I think was really an oversight on their part, is you don't get a minimum unit size. And if the minimum unit size is like 10, you can't even buy 3 boxes to make 10 because you'd still be 1 short. If they had given you, or even if it's 5, whatever, if they had given you 5 in the box and charged, $45 or whatever, I think from the gameplay perspective it would make more sense. Starter box value, it's still good. I just think the number of models and what you would actually field in a normal game just seemed kind of funky, It was just a little off to me. But it is what it is. It's a good deal. And the models look great. I mean, I'm still kind of pissed off about the whole Primaris thing. Because, I mean, I'm calling it now. I think by 9th or 10th edition, I think Space Marines are going to be replaced with Primaris. That may not happen, but I think the way it's going right now, and this is the way it looks to me, with Age of Sigmar, when they basically put out new rules and basically said, hey, your Skaven or your whatever armies, they don't exist anymore, you can't play with them, people got really pissed. So with the Primaris Marines, I think they're going to put them in with rules now, but I think gradually over time, they're going to phase out Marines, and that's going to be the new ones, because they have the same shoulder pad size, so all your current shoulder pads work, Forge World shoulder pads work, and they're basically true scale. And if they don't outright phase out Marines, I just think we're not going to get as much model support for the old Marines, and it's just going to be Primaris from here on. That's my gut feeling. They may not do that, but that's what I think is going to happen. Yeah, I mean, if that's all you're playing with, the issue is if you like the game and you decide you're going to branch out, now you've got a unit that you're almost never going to be able to effectively use, because either you're going to buy a Primaris box, and then you're still going to have those 3 Marines hanging out you can't use, or you're going to buy another one of those small starter boxes, and now you still got an odd number of models. So the issue is if you like the game and you're going to transition into playing heavily, it's just going to be hard to work those models into a normal unit size. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's the consensus. I think they realized. I mean, look at Age of Sigmar, the way they did the rules, and then look at 40K, which is similar to Sigmar, but the way they introduced it didn't piss off the community. I mean, it pissed off some small elements, but for the most part, it's been received very well. The model kits are doing the same thing, rather than basically jumping head first like they did Sigmar and screwing everybody. If you do it slow, like, oh, hey, your old models, you can still use them. But in 4 years, if we've slowly phased them out, you aren't noticing. And then in 4 years or 6 years or whatever, you look back and you go, oh, hey, I really have replaced models with new Primaris models, yada, yada. Now, for me personally, that's been my issue, because I have Marines I've never finished. I like my Marines. I don't mind updating my army, but I don't want to feel like I've got, thousands of points of Marines that I'll not be using anymore, that sucks. But we'll see what they do. I mean, even if I'm not playing, the company will still continue on. Well, yeah, I think the biggest issue is, like, eventually people are going to get into normal power level games, or, if you're coming in and you're playing, 25 power level and the unit size is, up to whatever, so your opponent has the max they're allowed to have and you're cruising in with the, you know, less than up to, because you don't have the up to. So instead of having 5 Primaris, you have units of 3. You know, at that point you're subpar. That's the problem with the power level. So, you know, at that point it's up to your opponent to not be a douchebag. You know, they should basically make their unit sizes similar to yours so that it's fair. But, you know, what do you do? I should actually be paying attention to where I'm painting. I'm all back here. You know, I should at least, not that you can see lots of details, but if people are hanging out, let me see what I'm doing. Well, yeah, but the problem is the Primaris don't come with 5 in the box. They come with 3. If the minimum unit is 5 and then you have up to 10 and you pay per model, you're going to have to buy 2 boxes and then you have 6. Buy your 3rd box, now you have 9. Buy your 4th box, now you have 12. You know, they did, just my point was they didn't do it in a number that makes sense. If it had been 5 in the box and you liked it, then you know, they might encourage you to buy the 2nd box. But right now, they gave you an odd number. 3 is a really odd number. So there's just no effective way for you to get that to the minimum 5 or the maximum 10 in a realistic way. Like, at that point, that box literally turns into buy these models, paint them, have fun with the starter, now build your army, and these models are just going to be hanging out. I mean, it's such a weird number, you know. Yeah, and so even then, you buy the cheapo box with 3 for $15, and you have to buy 2 of them to get the minimum unit of 5, and now you're at 6. If you want 10, you got to buy 4 boxes, and now you have 12. You know, I'd rather, in my opinion, I think it just would have been a little bit better if they charged, like, I don't know, $20 and sold 5 in the box. You know, I don't know, that makes a little bit more sense. You know, or if yeah, they had worked it in a little bit different where they tried to encourage you to buy that magazine, which maybe that's it. You know, if you buy 3 of those boxes with 15 dudes and you buy that magazine I got from you, that puts you at 10. Maybe that's what they want you to do? I don't know. Yeah. At least 5 guardsmen makes sense. I think the old Marine one was 3, though, which was also dumb. Yep. Something like that, yeah. And the Marine ones were weird, but 5 work boys is not bad, because I think you could have, what, 20 or 30? You know, so at least that number of models was divisible by the unit size, you know? I think the small ones, even if they don't push it that way, I think they know people are going to buy them because more than likely those are going to be their test minis and stuff like that. I'm just overly critical, you know, because I look for the practical things, you know, but it is what it is. At some point, if I can get the equipment functioning, which right now, because this software doesn't support Mac very well, unfortunately, but if I can get stuff set up well, I would like to be doing some battle reports at some point, particularly if they were live. I think that would be pretty cool. It'll probably start with X-Wing first because it needs a smaller footprint, but it would definitely be pretty cool. Oh, shit. I should probably also get used to trying not to curse while I'm streaming, at least with painting. I curse like a sailor when I'm playing video games, but I figure people that are watching are probably used to that. With painting, should probably be a little bit more PG-13. It's one of those things I have to get used to. This guy got so many centurions too. You know, actually. Hold on. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so what he's got is, he went with the I want to have friends setup. So he's got a las cannon. Disregard. He was going with the I want friends setup. He was going with 3 grav, 3 heavy bolters, and 3 las cannons. So he had a variety in his units. Before I built him, because 8th hit before I started, I got in contact with him and asked him if he wanted to change his assembly requests. And now he's got las cannons and heavy bolters and no grav. Which, I mean, it's Imperial Fist, so they were bolter drill. Now I guess they ignore cover and get bonuses against buildings, but it's still fluffy, I think. So me, on the other hand, grav everywhere. Yeah. That's the only issue I have, is I have so much grav. That is the problem. Yeah. And that, I'm completely fine with it. I'm just frustrated that, I rebuilt my army last year, haven't even finished painting it, and now my special weapons aren't, I don't even want to say optimized, they're just not what I would like them to be, potentially. I'm not worried about my Razorbacks not having assault cannons because they don't come with them, so, and it's a vehicle, so I can just easily buy the Forge World turret and swap that around if I want to. That's no big deal, I'm not really worried about my Predators. Granted, they are las cannon heavy bolters instead of autocannon now, and I didn't magnetize them because I didn't see myself changing. I still, while the autocannon's good, I still think the las cannon's good now, especially now that it's 2 shots instead of just twin linked. And with split fire, I think it's just going to give me some good variety on the table, having that setup, with 2 heavy bolters, storm bolter, las cannon. It's just, I think it's going to be a good catch-all, especially with split fire. I think my biggest problem with vehicles right now for me is the Vindicators are lackluster, at least from what I've read, and I'm not as sold on the Whirlwinds now. Like, they took away the Whirlwind's versatility because you have to pick your shell when you build your army, basically, instead of having the options to pick between the 2, which kind of stinks. But I do think the Predators are going to shine, though I've been a fan of the Predators since 5th edition because they were cheap, and if they died, it wasn't a big deal. It's when you lose a Layman Russ or a Land Raider and you're losing over 200 points, it sucks. But when you were losing a 100-point Predator, it was like, whatever. So I think they got better. Yeah. You see, I'm the opposite in 7th edition. Actually, pre this edition, I think las cannons weren't worth taking on the Predators because they were expensive. In the previous edition, you could field autocannon, storm bolter, heavy bolter, and your Predator came in at 100 points, and you got a lot of shots. I think it was 10 shots. And if you took the las cannon, you got 9 shots, but one was twin links. Now, that's why I went with a las cannon instead of an autocannon, because I wanted the versatility because of the way the squadron rules with Tank Hunter and Monster Hunter. To me, that made sense. Up until then, autocannons were just, it was efficient. And then a triple las cannon in pre-8th edition on a Predator was stupid. It's going to die, and it's a lot of damn points, in my opinion. But that was me. Yeah. And Whirlwinds, the thing with those in 7th edition is I think they were like 65 points. They weren't amazing. They definitely weren't Wyverns. But, they were 65 points. And they were just annoying. Vindicators were good if you can get them in range. But now I feel like they're just... It's one of the things with Space Marines I feel like we kind of got boned. Predators are good, but, Vindicators not really good. Whirlwind's not really good. And with the changes to assault cannons, the Blood Angels Ball Predator is probably ridiculous. Which is fine, it's a Predator variant, but it just stinks that the bread and butter, rank and file tank for Space Marine armies got good, and then the specific, blow things up tanks that have a specific role don't really perform as well, at that role. I get that the Jack of all trades Predator can fill roles, and that makes it more versatile, but you'd think the other tanks would have a specific role that they do at least that role really well, and they just kind of took that away. Though, maybe they'll FAQ it or they'll update things in the codex. I mean, they seem to have been on top of trying to balance the game, so that's something we couldn't say in previous editions. If something sucked, you had to wait 2 to 4 years for it to not suck. Do. Oops. Oh, what's that? What's that? Huh. Interesting. Hey, I didn't realize you actually clicked follow, Tim. Yay, you're number 14. One day, I'm moving up in the world. Nathan's probably gonna troll you now. If he finds out you were sitting here talking to me while I live stream, he's gonna be like, you could be playing World of Warships instead of talking to Justin. I'm really bummed that the program I'm using does not support Mac very well. When I stream on the PC, it picks up my game audio, it picks up my desktop audio, and I can manipulate it. So, like, if I'm listening to music or I want background music in the stream, I can do that. Now, I have music playing right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but this program just doesn't support Mac well, and in order for me to live stream on my PC, I'd have to move it to another room to paint, and that is not effective right now, you know. The MacBook is, it's portable, so I can move it around, but unfortunate. Getting my caffeine in. Wendy, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, cat? Huh? What are you doing? Yeah, it's just a flat black. It's gonna look a little bit glossy until it dries. Hang on. It's a little bit thinned down right now. I need to add a little bit more black to it because its coverage is kind of bad. It's going on a little bit too thin. But yeah, hang on. Just messed up a spot too. Let me fix this. Yeah, so I don't know if you could tell, but it's going on. Yeah, it's flat. It's a no gloss. Yeah. And it's acrylic model color, just black. I like it because it's in a dropper bottle. It's easy. I mean, if you carried this, I would buy it from you too. I like supporting those local shops. But it's convenient. What I'll be going for, which I showed this guy previously, you can see that one looks a little bit different. Little backpack. And his little shoulder thing here. Yeah. So what I've done is this guy, you can see it too. Focuses in. So that's just dry brushing. Now the second one has not been washed yet. So what I'm doing is like I'll go in and I'll put the black down. So let's say like this guy. I'm putting the black down on him, and then I'm using what's this stuff called? Longbeard gray. Longbeard gray. So I dry brush over the edges. You know, I get this little kind of crisp looking edge on the shoulder pad. Sort of crisp. And then I go in and I'll wash over the bolter. I'll wash around the shoulder pads. I'll wash the Aquila on the chest. The icon's not done yet because I need to do white, and then I'm going to go back and hand do the black. But that's an easy way to get some highlights without having to edge highlight and spend a million years working on the models, and it looks pretty decent for the time invested. Like this guy, he's not been washed yet, but like just a little bit of time doing the black and the dry brushing, like his detail's already popping, you know, and it's not Golden Demon worthy, but each layer of extra, you know, detail starts making it pop. So once I get his plume done, that'll be red, his sword done, the silver done, all that, his shoulder pad finished, and then I'll wash this so it'll tone down that gray just a hint, so it won't be quite as you know, chalky looking, and it'll look pretty good. Now the only issue with that is you have to wait. You can't wash right after you do the dry brush, even though it looks like it's set. If you start washing too quick, it'll pull the paint up from the dry brush and it'll come off. So I do whatever I'm doing and I leave those pretty much for the day, and then I'll come back either later that day after like X number of hours, or I'll come back the next day and I'll do the washing. Now I'm doing such a high volume of models that I can do, you know, if I do 20 Space Marines, by the time I'm done with the black on the 20th one, with dry brushing rather, I'm probably okay to start doing the wash, just because it's a high volume and they've had time to dry and it takes a while to work on them. But in general, you know, if you're just working on the one model, you have to wait. And you can see, like, let's see. Let's get that bolter back up. So, like, you know, this guy, we've got that flat black, and this guy's gun. You know, once I do the process that's on this guy's gun and his shoulder to that, it's just going to look like a highlighted. Like, you can see this guy's popping, this guy's not. That's all it is. A little bit dry brush. and super easy. So when Nathan was working on his Iron Hands, I tried explaining to him this stuff, and he was really apprehensive. He didn't want to have it. I did try. I tried to tell him, like, there's easy ways to do black. You know, if you don't want to do the edge highlight method and spend a million years, like, I can help you. But, again, that's one of those, you know, if you want to learn to paint, you got to be open-minded and expect to have to buy more paints, you know. At that particular time, when I was trying to help him learn, I think he was more, he didn't want to buy the paints. I feel like that seemed to be the feeling I got from the conversation. Since then, he's a little bit more open-minded to learning to paint stuff, but it does come up. And I don't own all the paints. Like, I don't own a full line of GW. I don't own all of Vallejo. I have very little Vallejo. I have just a little bit. I would like to own more, but that's an investment, you know, so I have to pick and choose. If GW offered the whole line at a big discount, I'd probably buy it. They don't. The only line I have all the paints for is Minotaur, and that's an airbrush paint, and for obvious reasons. But the biggest reason that a lot of people may not know is you can get the Minotaur paints online relatively affordably. Yeah, he did have 3 armors that are exactly the same. Absolutely. And I tried to explain to him the Necrons, because that's a different way to paint them, which is easy. And then Iron Hands, but, you know, it is what it is. At least with his current stuff, he's actually trying a little bit harder. And despite the fact that he's super duper excited, I try and give realistic critiques, and I didn't want to take away from him when he was painting. He may have felt that way because I didn't get all excited for him. I was excited he's painting, but I didn't like freak out. My response was, you know, this is what happens when you actually try and you give it an effort. I said, now, this looks good for what your quality of work is, but I said, in 2 years, if you keep doing what you're doing and you keep trying to improve, in 2 years, you're going to look back and look at this model the same way you look at your Necrons. You're going to be like, I can't believe I did that. And that wasn't me trying to, like, disparage him. It was more or less me saying, stay vigilant, be happy with what you're doing, but also, you know, be open-minded to continuing to learn. And that's what I do. Like, I'm not the end-all, be-all painter. Sometimes I see techniques online. If someone's got a cool way to do something, I mean, to be honest with you, I steal the idea because it's just another tool in my tool chest, you know? And that's why I push so heavily when people at the shop asking about painting. I'm always pushing airbrushing, and I do that because it saved me so much time. It is an investment up front, dollar-wise, but it's so worth it. It saves so much time in the end. Like, if I had to paint all these yellow models by hand, I would probably want to kill myself. Like, it would take way too long. At least if you're trying to get, you know, the two-tone colors or fading colors, whatever. I guess you could use a spray can if you just wanted just a straight yellow, but if you want to get a nice fade with minimal time investment, like, airbrushing's the way to go. And you can get a reasonable setup for a couple $100, you know, tops. And the biggest part of that investment's probably going to be the compressor. You know, you can get my favorite airbrush on Amazon for probably $70, if that. I mean, they go on sale around the holidays for $65 quite often, and it's well worth it. I mean, it's been a workhorse. I own 4 airbrushes, and my favorite one is the cheapest of the 4. And it just, I mean, you know, sometimes when things work, they work. Don't fix them. My second favorite one is actually probably the second cheapest, to be honest with you. It's a slightly more fancy version of my favorite one. They've got the Patriot 105 and the Patriot 105 Extreme, and that's the 2 that I favor. I've got the Badger Chrome, which is good. I just don't use it very often. And then I have the Sotar 2020. I bought it because it was on sale on Amazon. It's a very expensive airbrush, also from Badger, but I just don't use it. It's for really fine detail, and I don't do that kind of stuff very often, you know. So, and I would like to see one day. It would be awesome if you were able to carry airbrush stuff. I think it's a logical progression. I just think personally, I've been painting so long. You know, I see the benefits the guys at the shop that are new, you know, they're starting where I was, you know, 2010, you know, painting by hand, you know, not cleaning mold lines, you know, because you're new. That's where they are. But I'm trying to like get them ahead because it took me so long to take that jump, and I was just like, I won't ever need it. I won't ever need it. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, if I didn't airbrush, there's no way. There's no way. I mean, I've got, I don't know, 50 something Marines here, I think. 4 Razorbacks, 3 Vindicators, and 2 drop pods. Like, no. There's no way. I would go out of my mind. There's absolutely no way. Especially on vehicles. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even want to do it on Marines either, but on vehicles, like, all those flat surfaces having to hand paint, that would take forever. And with an airbrush, just boop boop, done. You know, not only that, you've got a fade, a transition. You can put weathering if you want to have, you know, what do they call it? The black, like soot from a little bit of burn or scorching, like, you know, all that stuff. Super easy. If you want to put the scorching on your barrels, you know, super easy to do. And some of that you can do with traditional painting too. It takes longer, you know. When I finally took the plunge in airbrushing, like, it changed everything. Trying to do a little damage control on this guy's shoulder pad because I screwed up a little bit. Yeah, when I first started, I hand painted all the base coats and everything, and that didn't take long for me to stop. I mean, when I first started commission painting, that is. It didn't take long for me to stop that. Like I think my first major commission was a Yimlock Eldar commission, and it was the first time I ever touched an airbrush with brush for hire, and things didn't go quite as well as I wanted the first time I learned to use the airbrush. So I was like, screw it, I'm gonna go back to hand painting. It's what I'm comfortable with. You know, after a month of base coating models, I was like, it's time. It's time to try something else. And I took the plunge. And it's worth it. Now, you know, I've got a slightly more expensive air compressor, but the average painter doesn't need a crazy compressor. I mean, they're probably not doing the same volume. And, well, it would change your life. Especially for your vehicle. Hell, even for your guardsmen, man. Being able to take all your guardsmen that have, I think you're using gray, right? A gray color? You can airbrush all the gray and then go in and hand paint their armor plates. I mean, literally, I did all the yellow on this army in a couple of hours. And that's a lot of stuff. Yeah, only 3 months. You could have had the base coats on those done in like an hour. But, I mean, those are personal models, so my personal Space Marines take me forever too. So, that is a little bit different. But, it would have sped up a little bit. Especially, yeah, because they're Kasrkins, so the Kasrkins are, it's basically full armor. So, yeah, that would have actually helped you tremendously because you wouldn't have to worry about doing any two-tone colors because of the cloth and whatnot. Unless, I mean, I guess you might be able to see some of their pants and stuff. So, oh yeah, my towel would have taken forever, dude, forever. And actually, I think some of my Fire Warriors were hand painted. Those might have been pre-airbrush. My Breachers were airbrushed, and I think my Pathfinders might have been. But my initial Fire Warriors might have been hand painted, start to finish. Though I can't claim those as mine for much longer. Actually, the guy I'm working on for these right now, he bought my towel. He's been talking about it for probably 6 months or so. And earlier in the month, he went ahead and paid for them. And when this project's done, I'm shipping them out with the Imperial Fists. And he will own my only fully painted army. But I just don't play enough, and to be honest, I mean, bills aside, the money from the towel has helped me get equipment for streaming and stuff like that, and you know, it was a good trade-off. Trade the towel I don't play for things that might help me advance my career, so to speak. And then the guy that I sold them to is pretty chill, so it's not like I sold it to someone who's going to strip them or butcher them. Like, he paid a good price for them because he likes the paint job. I also feel like he kind of likes me and he's nice, so he hooked me up. But yeah, he's got a bunch of armies that I've painted, and he's going to have one that he didn't commission but will be mine, and hopefully it'll get some table time it deserves. Well, I like the Tau because I like the suits, which is funny that Marines are my thing, but my Tau's painted. You know, I have you know, some Crisis suits, Hazard suits, whatever. I like the mecha feel, which is the same reason I like the not battle suits, the dreadnoughts and stuff like that for Space Marines, because I like mechs, I like armor, but my Tau are the only army I've really finished. Now, granted, my Marines have been a work in progress forever, and I've updated them, but my motivation just wasn't there. You know, it is, I don't know why. I don't know why I never really put the focus in. Yeah, I think me and Napkin were just talking about the vehicle changes, and I was complaining a little bit about Space Marines because they made assault cannon Razorbacks pretty much the spam unit, which sucks. Which is kind of like 5th edition when Las Plaz was the spam unit for tank or Razorbacks, but the Predators got arguably more versatile and useful, but Vindicators and Whirlwinds kind of got shit on, and I don't like that very much. But for Guardsmen, I think even the bad variants in Lehman Russ, the battle cannon, I think it's more useful now, even if it's not good, than it was in last edition. So, yeah. And I think Guards should have synergy. That's the whole point of them, you know. I mean, it's rank and file soldiers taking orders and yada yada. I'm glad that, you know, as somebody who, I mean, Punishers were good in the last one, too, because of volume of shots, and even against Flyers, having a snapshot, I mean, 20 shots is still 20 shots, you know what I mean? What was I going to say? Oh, right, so Tim, Napkin, you know that I play War Machine, and there's certain things about that game I like that I wished GW had incorporated. And I feel like 8th edition has taken us, now you don't lose the game, but has taken a similar page out of War Machine in that your armies generally synergize around your HQs now, and the way they make it to where they aren't easily attacked is really nice. So I feel like, similar to War Machine, like, they made it to where you're not fielding a minimal HQ to get your compulsory. Like, now your HQ actually has a purpose in your army, and I think that is a really good change because, I mean, it's Warhammer 40k. Even, like, Commissar Yarrick is a badass. Like, in the fluff, if he's running into something to fight, like, it's going to be epic. In the tabletop, it was kind of eh. So, I like that change happened. I think HQs play a bigger role now. At least it seems that way from my minimal exposure to the game. And that's nice to see, especially for someone like me who's really into, like, doing the customization and painting. Like, I'd always hated the fact that, like, oh, I've got a Space Marine captain I spent 20 hours painting. He just died because I rolled 2 1s. You know, they made it easier for them to survive, and they actually do awesome things on the battlefield. Even your no-name dudes, like the demo game I did at your shop the other day, my no-name captain actually, you know, he won me the game, basically. But it was nice to see, like the fluff, your named or not named, but your characters, your HQs actually are badass on the tabletop now, and they're more easily, it's more easy to do epic things with them because they can be protected, which is nice. Yep. Yep. I'm hoping that I'd like to see the new Dreadnought kit. I'm hoping that that motivates me to start working on my Marines again. You know, it's just monetary investment's gonna suck, and then I'm really OCD about them. So a unit of Space Marines takes me forever to paint because I have to get every little detail and 2 stages of highlights and stuff that is not necessary for tabletop gameplay, but because it's my army, I'm OCD about it. Should really start paying attention to the camera. I need like a studio hand who's like, lower the model, you're not on the screen. Well, yeah. Trying to get some people from Kit Kringle to be like, hey, paint my model for me. Like, legit, if like Josh or Nathan were like, hey, Justin, I'm buying a Dreadnought. I'll buy you a Dreadnought if you paint my Dreadnought. I would do that in a heartbeat. Like, I'll build it and paint it for you. They just have to wait a little bit, Can't rush them to the front of the line, but I would do something like that. Oh, stretch it out. So I'm going to type in the stream real quick, because I think this is cool. Thanks. Ooh, it might be kind of loud, so I guess. This whole, like, I could do this, like, @ thing and tag people. So, figure, if I'm going to start doing this Twitch thing, I got to learn things. And I'm hoping at some point, like, I'm going to point the screen, like, down here or over here. If they update the software for the Mac, I'll be able to have overlays and have, like, my name. And, when people chat, it'll pop up on the screen. I can do that when I play World of Warships. I can't do it with this because the company saw fit not to support the Mac right now. Unfortunately. Bum, 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 bum. This is an experience too, trying to paint and at least keep my hands on the camera. The camera can't really see what I'm working on. At some point I want to like get the camera over my shoulder, aim down, so you can see what I'm doing. Oh no. Once you prime those models, it doesn't matter, because the primer's going to cover them. I think the thing with the pre-colored plastic that is smart on Privateer Press and Games Workshop's part is that they know people are going to build these models and they know they're going to play before they're painted all the way. So for starter box models in particular, you just have them the color of the army, so at least on the table, you've got them. And if you look at board games that have unpainted plastic figures, they're usually colored. Risk, they're all colored by a team or faction. I think in GW's, in their Space Hulk, the red plastic for the Terminators, which they're the same exact scale as the Terminator, just red plastic. And Gene Stealers, I think, are purple or whatever. you know, it's more, they're approaching it from a board game perspective, so pre-painting, it looks like you're playing with at least some type of color. It beats gray plastic, but for actual painting purposes, as long as you prime them properly, you're fine. Now, Nathan was talking to me the other day about just leaving them green and painting over them and washing them, and I was like, don't do that. One, primer's there for a reason. It's going to help your paints bind to the model. But the other thing is that green plastic is slick, so if you wash it, it's not going to pool properly. I mean, it's just gonna run down the recesses and hang out and look like a goopy mess. Like, don't do that. It's not smart. But for people learning the game who haven't painted models yet, yeah, I think it's a good move, and it doesn't really hurt the painting process at all. The real difference... hang on. Yeah, it's a terrible idea. And see, that's one of the things I talked about, previously when we're talking about, wanting to paint, but not wanting to make the investment in the paints. That conversation is basically someone who wants to get the models painted quickly and on the table, and there's nothing wrong with that. What happens is, basically instead of washing that green plastic, GW sells that primer can, a Death Guard green. You just spray their green plastic with a green primer and then wash it, But I completely understand his stance where he's basically looking for ways to get them painted and on the table as quickly as possible because he wants to play the game. Now, the focal point of most of our conversations usually leads to Nathan, because it's Nathan. But, I mean, that's in general for anybody, I completely understand, if you're a gamer first and a painter second, you want to make your models look, cool enough, but the whole point is you want them on the table. You want to blow stuff up. I get that. Yeah, I mean, basically, if you prime the model and there's still color showing through, just prime it again, give it another coat. But generally, if you prime it properly, it should give you enough coverage that the bleed through won't bother you. And to be honest with you, I have repainted models without stripping, just by repriming them, and never had things bleed through. So long as the paint wasn't super thick, you can usually take a painted model, prime it, and paint it at least one more time before you have to strip it, unless the model you got was painted with fingernail polish and looks really, really terrible. At that point, yeah, you're probably going to have to strip that, but in general, you're fine. I'm trying to get the black on this guy done before I run out of paint here, because I'm going to have to mix a little bit more. But I might be able to show you the next step on a couple of these guys. It'll help break up the monotony of what I'm doing, because I've been sitting here for a couple hours just sitting here painting black, and it is taking its toll on me. It's nice sitting here talking to people, because we know that I'm a social individual. At least with people that I want to talk to. I do know someone who sells paint. Hoping you are actually able to stock GW soon, because it's slightly biased, but if you had the full rack of Citadel paints, that would make my day. Actually, it would probably make my, painting job just easier. And I don't know if you'll ever be able to stock Minotaur, but if you ever stocked Vallejo, yep. I mean, Vallejo is so popular with the artists online. It's just especially for me personally, I've never used it, but Vallejo Model Air, which I think is pre-thinned paint like Minotaur or close to it. If you had those, I'd probably pick a lot of those up for spot painting. Like I need a paint really quick, you know. But yeah, I use a lot of Vallejo. Well, I don't use a lot. Excuse me. I pick up a lot for small necessities. Oh, dude, that is good news. You can tell PU that you're now competing with them for paint sales. Yeah, if you have, I mean, if you're stocking generic colors like black, white, whatever, like, it's just good for anybody. I really need to try some other airbrush paint and see, because like right now, if I need a Vallejo paint, I'm running it through an airbrush, I just thin it down. You know, that's just what I do. And thinning paints is doable, but it is tedious, very tedious. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Alright, so I've got some black down on 3 of these. What we're going to do now, I'll show you. Alright. Alright, so we're going to get my Longbeard Gray here. I'll show you the next step. Alright, so first guy I did, you kind of see, screwed up one of his shoulders a little bit, but we'll weather that up later. But kind of get an idea what he's going to look like. There you go. Alright, so that's the before. Get ready and do the after. Alright, so one of the things I do when I'm dry brushing, I've got my paint on here. I go to my back of my thumb, back of my hand, and I do a little bit on there. You can see a little bit of a streak right there. Yeah, so there's a little bit too much paint. You can do this on the back of your skin and get a little extra off, and you'll get an idea of if there's too much on there or not by using your hand first. So I'm going to come over here, I'm going to dry brush to black. Trying to catch all the top edges. Minimize touching the yellow, but with this particular paint scheme, if you happen to hit a little bit of the yellow with this gray, it just looks like an inadvertent highlight, so it's not terrible. If you were doing this, and this was a really different color, this dry brush color may really contrast. So keep in mind, if you're ever trying this, and you're working with a different color model, and you're trying to dry brush next to the other color, you may have to be a little bit more precise than what I'm doing. Just want to make sure you don't screw up your hard work. Okay. Come in here and hit this stuff. Those nice, crisp looking lines. You guys might have just heard my phone vibrate. Yeah. Now, when I go to the edge of the shoulder pad, I'm kind of catching the edge of the paintbrush. So, let's see if I got something flat here I can show you. Alright, we'll use this. Alright, so if I was dry brushing this, you know, I might be like, you take the edge of the bristles and you kind of just catch the side like that, push down on the edge of the armor plate. That's going to give you that crisp line, or slightly crisp. So let's see if we get that to focus. So yeah, so no line, right? So no line yet. So we're just going to come in and we're going to drag this across the side, almost like you're trying to edge highlight. And now you got a gray line on it. It's pretty simple. Then we're going to dry brush over the icon here. Trying to really target in on the shoulder pad edge. That is Longbeard Gray. It is perfect on black, man. I'm telling you, it is fantastic. It's going to be a little bit bright, but if it's a little bit too intense for what you're going for, put it on, and then after it's on, let it dry. Probably overnight to be safe, or at least 8 hours, 6 hours, something. You just want to be really sure this is drying. So you come in with a wash afterwards, and that black wash is going to tone it down a shade, so make a slightly darker gray, and then boom, there you go. So now we're come over here and we're going to catch this shoulder pad doing the same thing. What up, Kinar? It is your birthday. You are not supposed to be in my live stream on your birthday. You're supposed to be eating food and banging out cake. I mean, what's going on? What are you doing? Okay, and now this isn't perfect. It's still going to look like dry brush. You could try to make it not look that way, but it's going to have certain elements with brush strokes and whatever. But if you were edge highlighting this, you'd probably be like halfway done with maybe one shoulder pad. You wouldn't be almost done with the dry brushing on all the black, or the edging on all the black. So we're going to come over to the gun here. Try and get the backside, but there's certain details that if you don't get them, it's okay, because they're not visible, so don't worry about those. Not a big deal. Alright, so. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, but it is your birthday, so I expected you to not be here. But I appreciate you coming in. Alright, so we're going to focus here. There we go. So you can see it's straight black. Nothing. Chest piece. His little gun, or his rocket chest there. Just black. Black shoulders, black gun. That's the before, even though those are las cannons. This is the after. So, see? This little icon's now got highlights on it. Shoulder pads have a gray line. It's got the gray lines here and here. Guns have gray. So, minimal effort. Now, I'll come in and I'll do the barrels silver, and I'm going to drill these out. If you look at the Marine, his barrel's drilled, so when it's silver, it's going to have holes through it, so it'll look cool. But on this, I'll still have to come in, and on the heavy bolter ones, drill them. But for the time investment, really quick, looks really good. So, we'll move on to the second one. Do another before and after. So, there you go. So before, you can see it's just flat black, flat shoulders, flat gun or missile area, flat. Just going to get some of this Longbeard Gray. And what we're doing here, if someone's popping in and isn't quite sure, if you don't know what dry brushing is, we're just loading this up with paint. We're going to this, my little towel here, and we're just going back and forth. We're trying to get off the excess paint, because you don't want a lot on here. There's just no reason for that. We're going to come to our hand here, back your hand, back your thumb, wherever, and we're just going to go back and forth. And this is going to give you an idea. If this is really coming off on your hand, way too much paint. You just want a little hint or not, nothing at all coming out of your hand, then you're good to go. So I come into this guy again before, and we'll dry brush this last can. No real wrong way to do this. You're just going to kind of go back and forth. If you were worried about object source lighting or something like that, your strokes may be going the direction of the light and not back and forth. I'm kind of going everywhere because these are tabletop. Well, he's paying for a bit more than tabletop quality, but these are going to be on the tabletop. They're not to win a competition. So from a distance, having lots of highlights and striking highlights are going to stand out more on the table. And that's what we're going for. We want your models to actually be visible and stand out, because that's the point. A display competition piece model on the table, its details may be drowned out because from 6 feet away, some of those details you're not going to notice. You're going to notice when you're right up on it, a foot away, 6 inches, whatever, admiring the model. That's not necessarily necessary for tabletop gaming. Now, caveat is on HQs, absolutely make those badass. They're going to spend a lot more time on the table, and people are going to ask to see those. But on your basic grunts, having highlights and your light source not perfect, doesn't really matter. It's going to show up, it's going to look cool, people are going to notice. Be visible on the table. Alright, so here is the after. There's a before. So before, after. And that's just straight dry brushing. Now I'm going to come in, I'm going to paint the silver, I'm going to paint the tubes, I might do a little bit of blue glow right inside there. Maybe look like it's hot, I'm not sure yet. I kind of just wing it and start doing things with models. If it looks good, I kind of start moving on with that process and see if I like it. But not quite sure on that yet. So we're going to get some more of this long bead gray. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing, because this guy's got more black areas. So back of the hand, get the excess off. And you'll know if you've got too much paint, because if you do it, it's gonna streak and look funky. There we go. Right, let's get a little bit more long beard here. And you don't need a really expensive brush for this. I am using an army painter brush for it. I like their dry brushes. You don't need fancy ones for this, but this one's getting a little bit flayed. You can see the bristles are kind of out, because I've used the shit out of this brush. But when you buy these brand new and they're pristine, you get a nice crisp point on them, and that's very useful for doing targeted dry brush on models that you want to put a little bit more detail in but don't want to hand edge highlight. Whoop, did a little bit too much gray there. Once you've used them, they are going to wear out. Your dry brushes are probably going to be the first brushes to go and the most frequently replaced, but you can get by with really cheap ones. It's one of the few paint brushes I would say go to Walmart and get the cheap $5 bag of crap brushes. One of the things I learned early on in painting, I will credit this to Austin from Death Ray Designs, now at the time Brush for Hire, when I was kind of under his wing, and he didn't do a whole lot of teaching. It was more like motivating. He taught some things, but a lot of it was just confidence, like, Justin, try this, you can do this. But one of the things I did learn from him that applies to everything, not just painting, was have the right tool for the job. That is absolutely something I picked up from him. I don't know if he picked that up from his dad, who I'm sharing some life story. His dad's a woodworker, and he's pretty damn smart. But he makes lots of creative things, and that, after meeting him, that personality trait may have came from him too. But anyway, I digress. Point was, have the right tool for the job. And for grungy dry brushing work, where it's really, painted or doing a toll on the paintbrush, you don't need some $30 paintbrush for that crap. Don't do it. It's a waste of money. Get you some cheapo brushes if you want to buy it. If you want to invest a little bit more of a premium, buy these Army Painter ones. They're good enough for this. They're really good for this, in my opinion. But yeah, right tool for the job. If you're doing washes as well, generally 99% of the time, if you're doing a wash, do not use your good paintbrush for that. There are sometimes I have used my good paintbrushes, but that's for targeted washes where I specifically want a certain amount in a small area. In general, again, right tool for the job. You're doing grunge work and tearing up paintbrushes, you use cheap paintbrushes. You want good detail work, you use good detail brushes. That is what you do. Boop, 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 boop. The gray on his chest was a little bit more intense than what I had previously wanted, but it happens. When I wash it, it'll tone down just a smidge. So again, here's a before. After. So this is what we're working on today. Got a whole bunch of models that need black and gray added to them. So, anyways, guys, I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I'm gonna walk to the next room. I will be right back. Alright, I have returned. I might have to step away again in here in just a moment. I am expecting a package today, which Kanar is familiar with. I am waiting on my monitor to come in. I'm also a little bit hungry, so I'm going to chew on Pop-Top for a second. My intent is to stream for a nice chunk of time today. Hang out with you guys, see if people pop in and out, kind of chat. See what everyone else is working on, or if they have questions, or if they just want to hang out with me and talk while they paint. Kind of what I'm going for. Let's see here. Sorry, typing something on the computer real quick. Sorry, I was sharing the stream in a different group. Eating my delicious Pop-Tart. I would like to have it done in the next 2 weeks. When I say that, my brain starts panicking. It may be a little bit longer than I wanted. I would like it to be end of July, beginning of August, so we'll see. It is a strawberry Pop-Tart. These are a request, Kanar. Actually, I was hoping the the client would pop into the stream. I did send him a link, but he might be busy today. Hang on, I'll show you. Let me swallow this food. Alright, so we've got this box. A bunch of models. Got another box over here. Whole bunch of models. Whoop, sorry, camera's wiggling. Hit a cord. Strawberry is better. Tanks, drop pods, and then there are 3 more Razorbacks that I couldn't really show because they're in a different box, but I showed you these before, they just weren't live. This is what we're working on here. Yeah, it's a big project, and I missed one. Tim, this will be good for you. You've never seen this before. This is what a model looks like before I airbrush it. It's this is all the pre-shading, so you can see from the top we've got, you know, the white light color, and then it starts to fade into the dark brown, and then on the bottom it's a very dark brown, very dark brown. This is all pre-shading, so when I drop the yellow colors on this model, the yellow on the white is going to give more of a lighter yellow. The yellow on the dark brown here is going to give a more darker yellow. So if you're, you know, envisioning this as the pre-shaded model, and then look at, you know, the side of this tank, you can see it's dark and then light. That's what the pre-shading is going to do. And then on the white, you can see this isn't just a shadow, but right here, it's kind of got a hint of gray or blue. That's pre-shading. So I did dark where the shadow would be, and then sprayed white where the white would really get bright. Then I masked this off and sprayed the yellow. So that's how I got that. Yeah, that looks really crisp right there. And then, I mean, it looks, once you weather it, it starts looking like, I mean, it starts looking badass, to be honest. I mean, it looks like this tank's been through hell, to be honest with you. You know, so that's what we're going for. I haven't done all the details yet, obviously, so still got to paint the iconography, silver tubes, and then I'll probably do a hint of a bright yellow with a hint of white for the headlights, so it look like it's glowing and they're on. So, yeah. And then, Tim, I don't think you were here for this. This is a drop pod. Same thing for pre-shading, so gray into white. You know, whatever, the fins aren't on it yet, but this is what airbrush will do for you. So I got the hazard stripes. That's airbrushed real quick. Now it looks pretty basic. You know, you can see the overspray here. This is because I'm going to go in and dry brush silver to make this look like it's metal, but where the overspray is, it's just going to look grungy and dirty. And then I'm going to dry brush the pedals, so they're going to look silver and grungy, dirty, like they've been walked on. So when it comes to vehicles and airbrush, you can do a lot of stuff really, really quickly. And with minimal headache. We've got, woo, dropping stuff. Alright, so now that you guys missed that, this is one of the pedals. So airbrushed black. Going to dry brush the black area silver. Going to dry brush this black area silver, and this is masked off. This is tape. When I pull that off, there's going to be really black and gray under that. So you got to imagine that drop pod with the pedals that's yellow with white, and then the fins that are going to be yellow, silver metallic, and then black inlays, which are supposed to be similar to these guys with the black shoulder pads. Drop pods have the black fins and whatnot. So, and then, you know, these aren't weathered yet, but you can also see like the pre-shading. So dark to light, you know, with the pre-shading stuff. So that really helps, and that's effects that you can't really achieve very easily by hand, or at least not very fast. With an airbrush, that's relatively quick. So let's get this guy, get his dry brushing on. not quite get quite enough paint in there. There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit too much in there. Alright, cool. Get this shot paint. I'm doing the same thing that we're doing. We're just dry brushing the areas we want to have the gray lines on. Oh, hey! Alright, so you guys aren't going to probably care terribly much, but one of the guys that I like to watch paint, because he's is about to drop an F-bomb. I'll reserve my F-bombs for when I'm gaming, and there might not be people that are worried about curse words here. One of the guys who's freaking amazing at painting that I watch frequently or try and steal some ideas from, Kenny Boucher, I think I got his name right, from Specky Bits, Next Level Painting. He just followed me on Twitch, and that's badass because that guy's got like 5,000 followers, and that's nutters. That's crazy, and he's good. I was gonna say probably he's a better painter, but definitely a cool dude. He's got a much more interesting personality, almost like a. Hopefully this isn't offensive, but almost like a wrestling commentator. You know, it's a real like chill, relaxed voice. So if anyone here wants some guy to help learn to paint, who's definitely a little bit more established, not to deter away from my channel, but I feel like it's good to give a shout out. He's got some really good tutorials out there, and he does weekly stuff. I'm trying to basically kind of do things like he's doing, except he's already doing them, you know. But it's cool that he followed my thing, and definitely feel supported because, you know, we're kind of a community. And fun fact, anyone who's watching this, whether it's live or when I upload it to YouTube, oh, yeah, sorry you're offended. What was it again? I was going somewhere that lost my train of thought. Oh, right. For anyone who's watching this live or later on YouTube after the fact that just wants to hang out and listen, watch, whatever, Kenny Boucher is also associated with Spiky Bits, and they are semi-local. Local in the gaming scene, as in not the same city, but on the scheme of things, like they're less than 2 hours away from where I live, or at least part of Spiky Bits. I think Kenny moved to California, but Rob Bear from Spiky Bits is in I think Fayetteville. It hangs out there. So in the scheme of things, 2 hours from me that's basically local. I mean, we're right next door compared to being in another state or country. So I watch a lot of Spiky Bits stuff too. They do a lot more competitive material when it comes to painting, or not painting, but gaming than what I do, because I'm more of a casual painter. I want to play games, but I'm more like forge the narrative. They do some bat reps and stuff like that, and they definitely have the competitive side down. But yeah, anyway, I rambled about that for a bit. That's pretty exciting. That made me smile. You guys can't see my face because it's up here, but feels pretty good. Now, Tim, it would be funny if you dressed up in a referee's outfit and, you had a scenario or event where people that came to play 40K had to dress up like wrestlers. Pretty sure James would do it. Or at least he would participate in some capacity. Actually, that's still... the thought's still lingering, so hang on. You guys are going to hear me typing for just a second. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Ooh, that might be loud because I'm right up next to the mic. Let's back up. Sorry. Anyway, it was exciting because it's just who that guy is. So I felt obligated. I won't say obligated. It feels like the bro thing to do, since he's actually a friend of mine on Facebook, to just send him that personal message. I don't know if he's actually watching the stream, but it just... that's just one of those things. I had to take a step, step outside there and just say something. Be like, hey, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Which is funny, because actually, speaking of him, still on the topic for a moment, and then I'll move on. I won't linger too much. He actually did a tutorial on burnt barrels or scorched steel. Now, I've got a process I like to do with it, but he's got one that's a little bit more high contrast. So there's a difference between... in my opinion, for miniature painting, like realistic look and high contrast. High contrast looks really, really good on the tabletop. And if you watch some of his videos, not that he can't do realism, because he's got good stuff, but a lot of his stuff has really high contrast. You'll see like a fade of like a dark, dark color to a really light. And when you put that 6 feet away on a table, it looks awesome. It looks good up close too, but really awesome. So, whoops. One of the things he did for scorched barrels was it's very high contrast with bright colors. Still looks amazing up close in the photos, but it's got such a good contrast that from the other side of the table you'll notice it. What I've been doing on barrels is a little bit more subtle and I think a realistic approach, but it doesn't quite sell the effect from a distance. So I actually have a file on my laptop here that's saved, and it's the next level painting paint suggestions to do the effect, because I think I could do it. after watching them, but I didn't even know those paints existed. So that's actually funny because I've actually got a list of paints that he suggests on my computer. And that's a thing, like, I'm trying to do this stuff, you know, get into the streaming, teach people to paint, you know, whatnot, but if you want to improve as a painter, you have to realize there's always going to be someone better out there, you know, and you always got to be open-minded to learning and improving, and that's my approach. Like, I don't look at someone else's work and go, I'm going to quit, they're better. It's more like, well, I would like to achieve that, I would like to get there, I may never get there, but if I don't try and practice, you know, never going to make it. So, if you have that philosophy and you just keep working at it, watch videos, ask questions, take constructive criticism well, it's good. You will improve. Now, there is a difference between, you know, asshole criticism and good constructive criticism. You know, if someone just goes, your work sucks, they're a douchebag, don't have them in your life. But if someone says, you know, hey, this looks good, you've improved, have you tried this technique? Or have you seen this paint? You know, trying to help you step up, good. Okay, he just responded. Whoop. Crap on my damn keyboard here. Do. Yeah. Sorry, you guys sitting here listening to me chat. He was giving me a suggestion for the channel. Da-da-da-da-da. Wait. Okay, so it sounds like you're one of my clients. Is this your project I'm working on? Oh, yeah. We've been sitting here talking about your stuff the whole time. Oh, when you mentioned the towel, I was like, oh, it must be somebody who's seen my pictures before. Yeah, alright, so, Kanar, this is the guy whose project I'm working on. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I guess I should really be paying attention because I'm sitting here like working on a model, I'm getting into it, and then I'm not like paying attention to the camera. It's a learning experience. It's I've never really done live painting. I haven't even done a whole lot of like paint. I don't think I've done any painting tutorials. I wanted to, it just never happened. You know, so learning to have the mic see what you're doing is, alright, mic, the camera. It is something else. It's a learning experience. I'm sure, you know, in the future it'll get better. Well, Chris, I'm glad you have a sense of humor because you said roll away, and that's funny. Yeah, let's see. I guess you guys want to see the bottom of that model, huh? Should turn it that way. It makes more sense. Sorry, guys. I'm sitting here. Kenny was talking to me on Facebook, giving me some suggestions, and I was responding. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're in here. I can show you where he's at right now. Now, this is mostly just yellow with a wash. You know, clearly I got to finish the vehicle thing he's on and whatnot. So, yeah, he's going to take time. That's why he's, like, kind of off to the side. So, okay, where did I miss? Alright, cool. Let's flip him over. Aim this way. Yeah, it looks cool. Actually, speaking of that, I was thinking it might look cool as a power sword, especially considering these models have so much black on them. What are your thoughts on? Do you want it black, or would you like it to be like a traditional power sword? What do you think? I mean, it's your model, so yeah, yeah, and that's one of the high detail models he's having me do. So. Yeah, I think the power sword will look good, so I think I'm glad you're on board with that. I think the black would have looked cool. I feel like it'd be too much, you know. That's just me, though. I feel like somebody out there is going to be like, Sigmundson has a black sword in the fluff, you moron! You butchered it and now it's a power sword. What are you doing? And then I'll just be like, it's not my fault. The client said power sword. I'll totally just pass the buck. So much black. So much black. You know what? Yeah, man. It's a pretty simple game too. I know there's some cheese things that can be done, but I feel like the rules are a little bit more straightforward and things are speedy now. They've tried to speed up the gameplay. Yeah, I'm really glad Death Stars are gone, dude. They were ridiculous. I'm glad a lot of the stuff changed. I mean, there's still some things that seem to be cheesy. I mean, right now it just seems like Storm Ravens are spamming, but I have faith that GW will. They've done well so far. They've addressed other cheesy things that have come up thus far with FAQs and whatnot. So, my hopes are that they'll address that too. And if they don't, the tournament community will. You know, they always do, or at least they try to. So we'll see what actually happens. Yeah. Well, Nathan just messaged me, Tim, so party might be over. He might be popping in chat now. Oh, he wanted to be on. Know when I would be on for ships. Doesn't even know what's going on. Yeah. Oh, snap indeed. Get old Nathan. Learn how to troll, probably. So I don't know if you noticed, one of the other things I do quite a bit, I've got this little paint palette. It's not a wet palette, I just mix paint on it. It's actually from Games Workshop. Family member got it for me the other day, or not the other day, a few years back. Well, yeah, how to be trolled. But yeah, I've got this little dropper bottle full of water. I use it for thinning down paints. It is a good thing to have. Kinar, can you hear music? Or is it not playing? Oh shit. Huh. Is it coming through good? I didn't even realize you guys could hear it. Like, do you hear it when I'm not talking? Or only when I'm talking? Okay. um, yeah, it's Twitch, or it's a bot in Twitch that's playing it. I didn't know you guys could hear it. My audio out on this is different. I use two different programs. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Fantastic, sweet. I didn't know you guys could hear it on. I use two different streaming programs. Right now, I'm using HD Game Capture, which is from Elgato. The quality of the image is better than the workaround I was going to have to do to live stream. And OBS, which is Open Broadcast Software, which is what I stream World of Warships on. That's on my PC, so I actually see the music is actually playing. I can see the volume level bouncing. On this, I only see my audio from my mic. And if I don't talk, it doesn't bounce. I didn't realize you guys could actually hear the music, so that's actually good to know. That makes me feel good that you guys aren't just sitting there listening to me babble and then silence. But so you know what he's talking about. Hang on, I'll show you. This is a song I like. A song I like to listen to when I game or my paint because there's no words. It's just real chill. I think missed a spot over here. So, Tim, since we've established that this guy in chat is the guy's models whom I'm working on for, he's the one whose models I bought from your store. So, he inadvertently probably helped keep the lights on at Kit Kringle for a month. Or at least supported it. Yeah, it's so many models. Tim enjoys making the monies. You guys got to hear the painting Pooch, who's freaking out. Let's knock down that audio just a little bit. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute the mic for a minute. Alright, I am back. Sorry for the delay. My computer monitor just arrived for my live stream stuff for gaming, which is pretty awesome. So when I keep flipping the model upside down, you guys can't see. There's a spot on the underside of the shoulder pads I'm getting. I keep forgetting to tilt it forward instead of backwards so I can see it and you guys can see it. Habit. Again, getting used to painting on a camera where you guys can kind of see what I'm doing, even though it's at a bad angle because you're facing this way instead of down. This is all experience. It's my first time doing it, so in the future I will hopefully have a better position of the camera and you guys can see what I'm doing. This a little bit better anyway. And for those of you that are tuning in and checking out what I do, I have some Primaris models that I would like to live stream me painting at some point, and I'm going to give them away, which I think would be fun. So we'll see how that goes when we cross that bridge. I've got 4 of them. I'm thinking one I might keep for myself because it looks cool and I might paint it as ultramarine for my desk. Maybe. But that leaves at minimum 3 that I'll be able to paint and give away. Thinking I'll do 3 different chapters. Anyone who's hanging out for any length of time might be like, oh, he's just painting black all day. Yeah, so right now what I'm doing is just kind of like, I figure I'll stream for however long I feel like streaming for the day. That's just kind of what I'm working on. There's no real rhyme or reason for it. It's just me working, talking to you guys. If you have questions about what I'm doing, I can definitely interact. Kind of nice just having somebody to talk to, like when you paint, even if you're just listening to somebody else doing stuff, talking. Painting in solitude has its perks as well, but sometimes it's nice just having some background noise or somebody to hang out with when you paint. And that's kind of what my thought is for the channel right now for the Workbench Wednesdays, to just kind of hop in, work, stream while I work, talk to you guys while we're hanging out, see what's up. Welcome back, welcome back. At some point, if they ever update this software for Mac, you guys will actually see the chat on the screen. It's unfortunate that it doesn't work now, which is kind of silly. Really, really silly, if you ask me. Dun, 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 dun. downside is my PC could easily handle this, and I'd have the overlays and the cool stuff. Problem is, it's another room. It's not very efficient to get to it. Now, if I built a second PC, sure. Do I have the money for that? No. One day. We can have hopes and dreams. Let's mix a little bit more black. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got here? What do we got? Okay. Mix some more black. Mix some more black. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, Bob. I think the quality on this one, since you saw the last one, might be a little bit better. Is it still saying that? Really? I changed this. I don't know why it's still saying this. Thank you for the catch. I did not realize that I had... This stupid software sucks. This... Yeah, that should not have happened. I don't know why. I fixed it before. I don't know why it reverted back. Alright, Bob, can you tell me if it's still showing the Pac-Man? I don't think it is. It should be fixed. You might have to refresh the page. I should have that. It should be fixed now. Assuming my chat decides it wants to actually load. I don't know what this thing's doing. There we go. There. I think I have everything fixed now. Awesome. Not sure why it reverted back to the Pac-Man thing. Nice. Cool. Yeah, I don't know why it reverted to that. That's the default in the program. I changed it, and apparently it reverted back at some point, which is silly. That's my estimate. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less. It just depends on what the model is and what I'm doing. That is the yellow on the table is different. It's not what's on the model. Give me a second. Let me finish this gun. Dun, 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 dun. If I can get in there and get the spots. There we go. Boo, 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 boo. Alright, so the yellow on the table is flat yellow from model color. It should not have green spray, but some idiot at Hobby Lobby decided to spray this thing like a turd. That's for my edge highlights. The primary yellow for these models is Craven, followed by Bile over the top. So it's significant different colors in yellow. Kind of a brown yellow, really pale yellow. And then I go over that with a thin down brown wash with just a hint of black in it. So we end up with something kind of looks like that. So you got a little bit of yellow at the top. You know, it's darker yellow at the bottom. Actually, the backpack shows it pretty well. So that's what we're doing. Thank you. Yeah, it's you missed it. I was talking to Tim. I was talking about trying to push airbrushes on people, and that's why. I mean, it speeds up, and you get a transition of colors with minimal time investment. Now you still got to hand detail all this stuff, which takes a while, but the airbrush portion is pretty cool and pretty speedy, and it pays for itself in the end. I mean, I was really reluctant at first because the monetary investment, but after the fact, it's really paid off. It really depends. Like, if you're gonna do a Warhammer 40k army, and let's say you've got 50 guardians and 6 tanks and a bunch of HQs and stuff. If you buy a $100 compressor and a $70 airbrush, $70 or $170 total, $200 whatever, rounded up. The time you save, like, I airbrushed all the yellow on these. It ended up taking 2 days because I screwed up and I had to fix something. But you could probably get through an army of this size, just the base coats, 4 hours for all these models. And for like 25 Space Marines, not the full volume of vehicles and stuff for this, you'd probably get through it, much quicker than that. But the thing is like over time, for one project, no, but you've been playing War Machine for what 13 years, 11 years, something like that. Imagine having an airbrush from day one. You spent $200 on it or whatever. you're still using it today, and it's paid for itself, 10 times over, from all the models you've airbrushed. Or when you get a trade in with someone and then you repaint their models if you want to or whatever. If I was like trying to get someone to spend $1,000 on those, I would be like, yeah, that's a lot of money, But in the scheme of things, if it's a hobby you're going to be adapting to and continuously buying models for, in the long run, it'll pay off, I think. And then the good thing is if you don't paint at the frequency that I do, you're less likely to have to replace the air compressor if it dies. Because, like, I don't have a tank. I probably should have a tank, but I don't. So, I put more stress on the air compressor than probably necessary. Yeah, so on the trenchers, the good thing with the trenchers is, matter of fact, hold on. Of course, my trenchers are not laying next to me. I thought I was going to be able to show you a real quick example, but I'm not. Alright, so let's use a Space Marine, for example, real quick. It'll be easy. So imagine this is like a trencher, and your trencher's got shoulder pads, if I recall, and then he's got his cloth trenches and trench coat and stuff. So what you can do is you can airbrush his shoulders, which will take you 20 seconds. Go in there after it dries, put some masking stuff on there. Silly putty really works good. And just cover up the shoulder pad, no big deal. Then take your second color and airbrush the trench coat, and then pull off the masking thing. You'll still have to go in and hand paint the pants if you want those to be a different color than the trench was. But you've still airbrushed 2 primary colors on them. You got a nice fade on the shoulder pad, nice fade on the trench coat. Now you got drop washes, dry brush or highlight, whatever you want. And then you only really have to hand do probably the wraps. I think I did mine with the trenches and the pants were the same color. I think. No, my pants were cream. But regardless, you have to paint like the pants and the leg wraps, I think. Something like that. But that's 2 primary colors you didn't have to do by hand, so it really cuts down time. So I can show you sometime. It definitely helps. And one of the other things it helps with is, like, when you're looking at this thing, which isn't done, but this is all airbrush. Obviously it's not finished, it's going to be weathered up, but doing all this by hand would take a while. And then when you open it, it's got hazard stripes, which is really fast, and then all this stuff was painted black in here. So I'm just going to go in and dry brush all this and make it silver. And then weather up the edges so it's going to be like rusted and grungy and look like stuff's been walking all over it. And then on the bottom I'm going to dry brush in here to get silver, but it looks, right now it's kind of black, sooty looking. I'm going to make all the engine things silver. Maybe hit this with a little bit of gray on the upraised parts, but I try to make it look like it's been going, through the atmosphere. But, that the yellow took longer than the black stuff did, and literally the hazard stripes probably took like 15 minutes or something, That would have taken forever by hand. Have fun. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for letting me rant and talk about stuff. Yep, sounds good. Take it easy. Hey! I got another follower. Absolutionist. Did I say your name right? Absolutionist? Absolutionist. Are you in here? Let's see. What? Nope, not in here. But you did follow me, so if you see this after the fact, what up? Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. Okay, what do we got going on for la music? Okay. I'm going to request a song. We're going to do 311 You Rock. Corona. Trigger. Did it pop up? Sure did. Cool. Alright, well, we got Centurions here. Some other guys to work on. Change it up a little bit. Let's work on some Marines. sitting here working on a little Battle Bros chest piece. His Aquila. Got painted black. That done. Go over to his shoulder here. Use the side of the paintbrush quite often too. It's just a little easier to control sometimes when you're doing edges. Let's see. Not quite as easy for you guys to see this guy. It's smaller. There we go, nice. Hopefully here in the future, this is going to be a adaptive stream. Things are going to change. I'm going to get better. Techniques will get better. Whoops, see? I just remember to turn them over so you guys can see. At least kind of see. Angle of the camera, equipment, like, this is all very dynamic. It's going to change, hopefully improve. I talked to him about stocking Badger. He has, he seems to be open-minded to it, but if he can't cut a deal, unless they've changed it, I have a coupon code that's been good for a long time from Web Airbrushes. Get you 40% off on airbrush, compressor, and paints. You know, so that's pretty huge. And then if you decide you want to get a compressor from Hobby Lobby instead of Web Airbrushes, you can get the 40% off coupon there too. Not to deter from Tim. If he wants to stock it, I'm all for supporting that. But until he does, or for people who just really need to save money, though 40% off at Web Airbrushes is good and 40% off at Hobby Lobby is good. The downside is Hobby Lobby doesn't carry Badger airbrushes, but I did get my compressor from there. Now, granted, I got the fancy expensive one, but you can still get like a $100 and something compressor there. Grab that 40% off coupon and save some money, you know. But the compressor I got was semi-familiar with because it's the same one Austin used, so I knew what I was getting into. I can't give much feedback on the other compressors because I don't know about them. I'm sure they'll get the job done for what you're doing, but I don't personally know like their specs and whatnot. To be honest, my honest suggestion would probably be if you get a Badger airbrush, if you get one of the Badger's mini compressors to go with it, like then you kind of know that should not be an issue. But that's me, the layman here, because I only really know the one product line. And I've never really used many other products. Try and get in here and get shoulder pad areas that are a little harder without touching his gorget, or whatever that's called. more tedious work than the last guy because he's got a backpack in the way and his shoulder pad's a little bit smaller than the Centurion, so gotta be a little bit more precise as to not mess him up. Whew, almost time to mix some more black paint. I do like that. I wonder if I zoom in. Will you guys be able to see that if I zoom in? That'd be kind of cool. You guys can actually see what I'm doing here. Kind of. Ooh, nice spot. So basically just getting the shoulder pads here. My hand's really in the way. Gonna have to get a different angle for trying to show you guys what I'm doing here. I really gotta pay attention. Take him off the screen. See kind of what I'm doing. And like if you were doing this yourself, and this was like a high detail, let's say a competition piece. These are not. These are meant to be good detail. Like they're not. These aren't just like basic tabletops. Not what we're going for here. Once he's done, anyway. But the if you were trying to do this as a competition piece, this was like your one little HQ guy or whatever, you might leave the backpack off so you can get in there and paint a little bit easier. But for tabletop gaming, there's certain details you aren't going to see, and it's not the end of the world. You know, it's not a big deal. But if this is a competition piece, I completely understand. Ooh, completely understand if you, you know, decided that you wanted to paint everything and not miss any spots. So we're going to come in here and we're going to paint Bro's gun here. Oh, Mr. Marine. And this is just real basic. We're getting black on the gun because we're going to come back later and we're going to do silver. Now it might not be in this stream because I have a whole lot of models that I'm putting black on. Get out of my way, bug. Okay, so pop over. You can kind of see from this side. There we go. Cool. We're gonna get the top of the bolter. Tilt them, make sure we get the front of this gun here. We want to make sure that I'm not missing black. Get the underside of the casing here, or the gun case. Make sure we get black down on those cracks. And let's move this over so you guys make sure you hear me. We're good. Alright. So now, we got our black on our marine. Pointing. Hello, coming for you. Alright. Let's mix up a little more black. Chris, I think you had asked earlier, I might have missed it when I was talking to Kenny. I think you asked how much yellow I've been through. Probably not as much as you think. I did go through quite a bit on the airbrush, but it wasn't bad. It was like one bottle of Craven and then like a half a bottle of the highlight color, so it wasn't terrible. I still have to do your flyer, so there's a little bit of Craven, not quite the full bottle, but pretty close. Black, I ran out of a bottle, but it was almost empty, so I don't think I'll run out. But if I do, just go up to the Hobby Lobby or the Kit Kringle. Alright. Next model, come hither. Let's work on you, buddy. Let's see, zoom in. Guys, hang out with me. Paint some shoulder pads and stuff. I can actually get in there and nudge the paint across the plate there. I'm trying to get right up to the edge without screwing up the yellow. Just in this spot there I want to get. Hey Kurt Hogg, thank you for following. Pretty awesome, sir. If you are actually in the stream right now, if you have any questions, comments, whatever, feel free. This is kind of an impromptu thing I'd like to start doing on at least once a week on Wednesdays, probably more often. Just kind of stream while I paint. I like kind of hanging out with people and chatting. It's a lot. We're a community basically, so you know. No matter what your painting skill level is, it's cool to hang out with people and paint and just talk, you know. Sometimes painting alone's cool, you turn on your jams and go, but it's a little bit more motivating when other people are there asking questions or commenting, and not like I'm fishing for comments just in the chat, but in general, if you're painting some badass marine and someone's like, hey man, what you doing? And you show them, you know, then they get excited. I get excited. So if people are in the stream and they want to like throw up a a picture in the chat and be like, hey, this is what I'm working on. What do you think? I'll check it out. You know, give you some feedback. You know, we'll talk to you. Some more painting community. Want to see what you're working on too. Kind of a Bob Ross kind of thing. Send us photos of what you're working on. Everybody needs a little friend. Big Bob Ross fan. Super chill guy. Actually, I've listened to. I don't do any traditional oil painting at all. It's not my thing. I never tried. I probably could watch his videos and follow along. I'm at least artistic enough to attempt to follow instructions, but it's just that guy's attitude. I like listening to him talk in his videos. He's so mellow and chill. It's just a lot of fun listening to him talk. Alright, so, whoops, we're off the camera. Let's flip this guy over, and we're gonna get the underside of his shoulder pad here. Just trying to get crisp lines here. Boop. Underside's the easy part to do. It's the other side that's not. And so like I've mentioned before, I'm not sure if you were in here at the time, I'm going to be doing some giveaways at some point. I've got some models I purchased to paint for the live stream. It's going to be an experience learning, but once I get going, I'll have some stuff to give away. Painted Marines and such. Probably going to reach out to some companies, see if they want to provide anything. It helps me to have things to give away, but help promote them. I'm very closely associated with Death Ray Designs, formerly Brush for Hire. I might reach out to Austin and see if he wouldn't mind, I don't want to say sponsor, that sounds a little bit formal, but throw some products my way that I can give you guys. Some painting aids, stencils, basing stuff, anything cool to give away. Okay, let's see here. Top of the shoulder pad. Not working on the Imperial Fist logo on the pads yet. It's going to be the last thing I do when I wrap these models up. The reason I'm not is because I'm going to have to paint that white first and then go back with the black. And I generally do shoulder pad iconography as the last leg of the race. It's like the I'm almost done thing. Well, right before basing anyway. So alright, we're gonna flip this guy over and get to his backside here. Try to get the underside up under his backpack here, get that black border. Awesome. Sweet. That went pretty well, pretty well. Just a little spot. The underside's the underside of that. And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we get the inside next to his helmet as well. Stroke the brush back flush. Try not to touch his helmet with it. Awesome. And we'll come here and we'll do the same on the underside. Now, we're going to come back through here and we're going to paint. He's got a little silver, or not silver, but metal thing going across the front of his helmet. We're going to paint that black as well. I think it's going to look good. You guys can't see because my fingers are hovering over everything. Can't really see at that angle, so I'll flip it around after I get it. Show you guys what I'm talking about. I'll have to find a way to position this camera better so you guys can see what I'm doing. It's just hard to get the camera over the shoulder so you can see my sight, because it would be slightly in my way, so it's a learning thing. I'm trying to learn to paint on camera. Okay, so I was talking about. Got a little black ring there on his front. Now we're gonna paint his bolt gun real quick, or at least get the casing black. Careful not to. Whoops! See me screwing up again. Careful not to hit his fingers with it. You don't want to black out the yellow model's fingers. Rest of the gun doesn't matter so much because we're going to come back and do silver on it later anyway. Just want to make sure we get all this stuff black. Happy little bolt gun. Happy little bolt gun. Oops, off screen again. I get tunnel vision, start getting excited because I'm working on something and get done with a particular leg or part. Stop paying attention to what's going on. It's real easy to zone out, get all chill, relaxed. Just have fun painting. And there we go. Bolt gun's black. Plop him down. Okay. Get a couple more marines done. And then we'll work on some dry brushing again. Show you guys what we're doing here. There we go. It's gotta be fun. I like painting these because he's got, here's a kilo right in here. Alright, man, enjoy your dinner, dude. Happy birthday again. Thanks for helping out with the stream. Take it easy. I'll be on tonight if you're around, man. We'll get some games in. It would, if I paint it like that. Oh, good luck doing it at that angle. Oh. Make it look cool. So it's gonna look shiny. It's drying, but there you go. Nice little chest piece blacked out there. Alright, let's get on these shoulder pads. Come here, shoulder pads. Let's get on you. notice I turn him around a lot. Because he's pre-assembled, I'm trying to get angles to get to different parts of the shoulder pad border here. And then I'm super covering the model with my fingers. Dun, 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 dun. So I can get the underside of his shoulder pad here real quick while we're at it. There we go. There's a spot right behind the gun we missed. It's nice. Okay, and I need to get from the top point over here. I'm gonna try and get in there. Little contact with the rest. Nice. You guys probably can't quite see exactly what I see, but rest assured we're getting shoulder border done here. Going to the other shoulder pad now. Getting the underside right next to his helmet right here. Trying not to touch anything else in the model. We don't want black. Rotate, get in there. There we go. Nice. Looking good. Looking good. Sorry guys, I need to come down just a little bit. Again, kind of get into a groove. Don't turn the model properly so you guys can see. Yeah, so I'm getting the underside right now. Nice. There's great right there. I'm going to come over here on the underside next to his hand, get this side done. So there we go. And we're going to paint his little, I don't know if it's an Allspex or whatever the heck that is. We're going to paint his giant cell phone. Let's call it a giant cell phone. Sorry guys. Gotta blow some parts off the model here. Whoops. I know you guys want to look at the bottom of the base when I paint, right? find a different position for the camera, I think. Cool. I needed to take a break. I've got 6 Centurions sitting here, and to be honest with you, I'll show you. Hang on. I'll show you what actually happened here. Here's the box I'm working on. Oops. There's no Centurions left. So I went to the next box to start grabbing models, and my brain was like, grab something different since the box is empty. So I grabbed a regular model. Basically going through and blacking out everything. It's very slow and very tedious because I'm doing the same color on every model, but at some point you get to the last step and you're like, oh, that model's done. Now I gotta do this one color on this model. Oh, that model is done. It's just right now this is really, really slow and tedious because, you know, you're doing the same color over and over. So I figured I would change up models to help my sanity, and then, you know, if anyone's watching, they'll be able to see me paint something different. And I'm noticing after trying to pay attention to the angles here, I'm going to have to reposition this camera for the next stream. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it to where it's over my shoulder. There's just no real effective way unless I had someone sitting here, standing here holding the camera. But I might be able to offset it to my left and turn it instead of having it in front of me. And then at least you guys will get a different angle, and it might be a little bit closer to what I'm actually looking at when I paint. So now Bob was in the chat, by the way, and he mentioned, you know, curious if you'd ever be able to get airbrushes and deals. I don't know if you'll have enough demand at the shop for it, but I'm completely down to try and help promote that product and show people, because I think it's the next step in painting for this, and the speed with which you can paint is just it's good. Thanks for stopping by, Chris, man. I'm going to try and speed through these models and get them done for you as quickly as I can, but we'll see how fast that goes. If you're on tonight, I will probably be on some warships. I got a group of guys I've been playing with, so if you decide you want to pop in, you can hang out with me while I stream that too. So take it easy. Yeah, if I was working on my models, I could do that. The problem is you know, you end up switching paints, cleaning brushes, and it's just not quite as efficient. Take it easy, man. If I was doing small like units, I might be able to do that, but this is just the way to go, unfortunately. What I could do is I could do like batches. I could be like, all right, I'm gonna do 10 Marines and do all the black. I'm gonna switch to this color and do that color and switch around. Rather than just locking myself into completing them, I could bounce around to different stages. But I don't know, it just seems efficient to do the same one. But yeah, like I said, it is kind of boring. So, you know, just completing some for the psychological aspect would be helpful. But this is why high volume projects are slightly discouraging, because you look down and you have so many models to work on. So, but where I'm really excited to move forward is when I get to start working on HQs. Yeah, definitely less tedious for sure. When I'm the most happy with models in towards the end of the process anyway is when I'm about to base them. When it's time to base models, that is when I'm like, I'm finally done. These are finished. It's a home stretch. Let's bring them to life and send them on their way. painting off screen again. Get all zoned out. Now this is the not quite classified as not safe for work, but one of the benefits of painting and painting from home is occasionally on the evenings I'm known to have a beer while I paint. It definitely occurs. So just mellows you out, relax. Spot on there. Yeah, the only thing that's a big rule of mine 99% of the time, if I have put glue anywhere near a model, that model doesn't get touched with a paintbrush for a long time. I've ruined some paintbrushes because I accidentally hit super glue, and that's a quick way to throw a $15+ paintbrush in the trash. So, unfortunately, that's one of my OCD things. But yeah, in general, that would be fine. Sometimes I do skip around. Sometimes I do decals before the end too, because I want to, I'm at a process where I could do a variety of different things, and I can actually kind of just change up the shit that's going on. Plus, the decals really bring the models to life, which is nice. One of the other things I'm thinking about doing is offering to do paint other people's stuff if they want to, provide it for the stream. Do a technique on it and ship it back to them. They'll get the technique for free. They just pay for shipping and all that stuff. Like, if you've got a stealth suit and you want it to look like it's stealthing, I could do something like that for people. Basically, ideas to get people interacting with me on the stream. I think that's the one thing about live streaming that is a benefit over a traditional video like I've done in the past is that you can encourage interaction with the viewers, and that's what I really want. Like, I want people to talk to me about stuff, ask questions, or do whatever. And then, if somebody decided they wanted to send a model in to have me do a technique on it, now they're going to see their stuff live. Like Chris watching me paint his models live. He's paying me to do it, and he's watching me paint them, That's kind of cool. Let's see what this actually looks like over here. Yeah. I've had some days where my hands look absolutely ridiculous. You should see me when I work on like high detail models, like an HQ. My left thumb, like I'll show you, like I get paint on the brush, and then what ends up happening is it's like, I don't know if it's gonna show you. There, so I don't quite have a tip. It's kind of thick. So the way you fix that is you kind of drag it across something, but I'll end up dragging it across my thumb and twirl. I get my point, or get the point back on the brush. However, after 4 hours of painting, my whole left hand, my left thumb, is covered in paint. But it's just part of the thing. One of the other things that occasionally happens is if I set my cup near my paint cup, I've accidentally stuck my paintbrush in there to clean it off before, and that's infuriating. I've done that more times than I can count. I've picked up the wrong cup and it's full of paint water. I've done that. Sipped out of it. This is also worth noting. This is not my primary music I listen to. It's a Twitch app thing, and or bot. It plays music. I'm pretty sure it's music that's fine copyright wise for me to upload like these videos on YouTube without getting flagged, because they'll strip your audio. If I was painting, not live stream, I'd be watching videos or listening to music that I particularly enjoy. Not that these are all bad. What's that song called? And also, if these were like ultramarines, I would have probably a different color bolter casing, depending. I mean, if they're low detail, the casing, the gun itself, just might be silver. You know. Wrong song. There we go. Nice. Alright, got the thing adjusted. Oh, here I am off screen again, just zoned out, chilling. Happens, unfortunately. Yeah, getting used to painting on camera is gonna be a thing. So this guy's got a little bit of stuff exposed on his chest that we can actually see, so we can try and get in there and paint that. His face. Of course I did. Of course I hit his face with the black. That was awesome. a spot I didn't want to hit. Get off, get off, get off. Okay. Whew. Disaster averted. Alright, let's get one black on the mariner, so. Alright, let's start with this guy. It's a kilo. Get in there. Not screw up too much next to that gun. Let's get some shoulder borders going here. Again, just kind of using the side of the brush. Some of these spots. Touched a little spot on there. That's not what we want to do. Get that off. There we go. Right. No, he just messaged me randomly and was like, "Are you gonna be on?" And I was like, "Later." I'm streaming and working. And he's like, "Oh, I'll be on at like 8." And I'm like, "Okay." I guess he was probably bored at work or on break or something. Who knows? Did you ever play a match in ships? Have you even tried the game yet? And he's also trying to do his own stream thing too, by the way. So yeah, well, if you pop on, let me know. Now, caveat: those low tier ships are terrible. Now, caveat to the caveat is the low tier ships are terrible for everyone, but don't judge the game on those tier 1 crappy ships because you're talking about like 1890s, early 1900s ships. Whereas when you get to like the tier 5, 6 plus, you're hitting like World War II era style ships. And then towards like tier 10, like amazing, crazy stuff. Like, I mean, tier 8, no, tier 9 is the Iowa, and then what is it, tier 10, the Montana, I think, for the Americans. I mean, those are, the most modern ships in there, and they smash face. They are stupid good. Um, so it's worth noting that the quality of ship goes up. Of course, everyone else's quality goes up too, but gameplay gets a little bit better. I prefer playing in the tier 5 to 8 range. Of course, that's what I own, but I've been up tiered with tier 9s and 10s, and it's not that great. Oh, I mean, I've got him followed on Twitch, but to be honest, if he's streaming, there's a good chance I will also be online streaming at the same time because we game at the same time. So that's also why I'm trying to branch out and not just do video games. I want to do this because I'm better at painting than video games. So, but it'll open up, 2 different avenues for me to cast my net for people to hang out and watch and or support. Yeah, he's supposed to be picking up my second monitor for me because I just got a new one. He's supposed to be picking that up. Yeah, so yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is like today is listed as a Workbench Wednesday. I think I'm gonna set up a schedule where at least once a week I'm going to live stream while I work, and people can come in, interact, look at what I'm doing, ask questions, or just chill if they want to paint and hang out. Um, I'm also doing my Sunday warships thing, but I also want to do at some point tutorials. So I'll probably get on and stream painting tomorrow. That won't be scheduled, but on Wednesdays it will be. Like, I may not always be on Thursdays, but I will always be on Wednesday at some point for some length of time painting. Um, and then I would like to start scheduling like a tutorial day, once a week or once every 2 weeks, where I paint something, teach people, and kind of. I hate to be like I'm cashing in because it's not really like 100% that, but if you're doing live streams and giving away stuff, it helps get people interested. So if I'm doing a tutorial teaching someone how to paint whatever it is I'm painting or the technique, let's be honest, I probably don't need the model. I've got models coming out of my ears, you know, so I can give it away, help promote the stream, and somebody gets something cool, and, you know, it's a win-win situation. I also have like custom dice and stuff, so that's other things I could be giving away to help promote the business. Yeah, I'll let you know. The workbench stuff's going to be heavily um, influenced by yellow painting for the next bit, but I might also try and do like a watch me work on my own models type stream and just kind of maybe give an excuse to work on my ultramarines. We'll see what happens. Let's see if there's a spot under here I'd like to get to without hitting half the mall. Of course it did. Sorry, I had a spot where it got black paint that it did not want. Black paint. Okay, let's see. Let's zoom out. I have to use a bathroom real quick. Let's hang out. So let's get these marines. Let's see if we can really see them. Sun turrets. Get out of here, Mac. Let's see what we're working on today. And check them out. I'm gonna step away for just a second, guys. Be right back. Right back. Like probably like 1 minute. Just I had some monster today and my bladder's screaming. So 1 second. see, that wasn't so long. That was not too long at all. Alright, so let's zoom out here. And these guys out of position. I think what we might do, switch over a little bit. Woo, I missed a spot. Hold the phone. That happens. A little bit more blackout. Alright, so I missed a spot on this Centurion's shoulder, which happens when you're batch painting. You miss certain things sometimes. I'll come back in and fix that. Mr. Centurion, Mr. Centurion. Guess I could zoom in and let you guys see exactly what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of... I missed his little Aquila on his shoulder here. Just coming in and fixing that. Does it help if I move my fingers so you guys can see, huh? I'm like covering it up. Alright, since one of the models I was about to work on some dry brushing on just got wet paint, I'm going to move over to a Marine and work on him a little bit while that paint dries. Go on to the next step. Mr. Marine, it's time for your close-up, buddy. I have to turn him so I can get in there. Yeah, that zoom. Yeah. I'm gonna definitely, I would say, you guys can't see. If I turn it where it's good for me to paint them at, you guys can't quite see what I'm working on. So I'm going to have to reposition that camera next time. Definitely going to have to. Definitely going to be a learning process. Especially when I'm like, oh look, they put a paintbrush in the way. You can't see what I'm doing. Derp, derp, thanks Justin. Leaving your stream. Or look, he's upside down now. What is he doing? What's more entertaining is you guys can't see the angle of my face when I'm painting this. Let's do some acrobatics. Okay, let's get the top side here. Top of the wing. The backside here. Well, Tim, on the bright side, You can quite literally tell people you have hung out with me in a stream and you've watched paint dry. That is a joke you can now use. Alright, yeah, there's a good chance it'll be on. We'll see what stage I'm on. I might switch it up. I'm thinking if I can get enough people following, what I would like to do is get the drop pods and work on the weathering and actually like affix the other little pedal things, these little deals. Because I think seeing that, like, that really comes together, and you'll be able to see the weathering, how good it looks. I can show what's going to happen when I pull off the masking tape, how it's going to look and pop. I just don't want it sounds slightly bad, kind of, but I didn't want to, like, blow that load, so to speak, early, because I think these look cool, and I think people are going to be interested in seeing, like, the pedals are striking, yada yada. Showing them, these come to life in action is worth seeing. Just this was my first test. I'd also like to get my overlays done. I won't be able to get the interactive ones that pop up when someone follows me and whatnot because of the stupid program, but I would definitely like to at least have some followers before I pull out the drop pods. Or even the Vindicators, because Vindicators are raw. They're not weathered yet, so people actually get to see that as it happens. Oops. I need to turn it down a bit. Okay, let's get in there and get the shoulder pad next to his head. The underside here. And let's get the other shoulder pad. Get the underside of the pad here. There we go. Over to the back. You'll notice I use my hands a lot because I'm always trying to grip the mini and brace it. Don't like the thing moving around when I paint. It's a bit easier. Manhandle it and let it get steady. Or keep it steady. Whoops! Dropping models. Come in here and try and get the spots next to his helmet. Not touch it right there. Of course, I touched him right there. Dun. Frustrating. There, cool. We got him. Go ahead and zoom this out. Whee! There we go. Let's set him in his own little spot because he's going to be more wet. We don't want to dry brush over wet. So let's find my other dry brush. Get our handy dandy Longbeard Gray again. So we're just getting the bristles full of paint here. Okay, cool. Zoom on in. And so we've got this Imperial. Show you kind of what's going on. So you can see his base black. Or flat black gun. I have no idea. The stream thing says that's the name. So you'll see this kind of like come to life here. Pop right up. Yeah, it's just a Longbeard Gray dry brush. Not quite as crisp as a what you call it, standard highlight, but pretty good for the time invested. So we're gonna try and get this guy's Aquila here. I like to do these pulling strokes up, make sure I'm getting all the bottoms of the wings. It comes to life. I'm gonna go on the edges here. Light little drag strokes left, right, and back. Sorry guys, doing something on the screen real quick. It would help if I could spell. Hang on one second. Alright, which spot? Talking about the front? Like right here? If so, it's just where the wash was pooling. I'm not sure. It looks like it's... Yeah, it's part of the upraised part. It just looks funky. I don't know if that dry brush actually picked that up. It might. Yeah. It's partially raised. So it's got the armor, or the edge of the armor plate, and then the edge of the armor plate then has an upraised Aquila on top of it. Yeah. And what I'm doing to try and tidy up some of the black is I come back in with a wash and I line the plate and go around the thing, which helps bring everything together. Yep. Okay. So no long beard gray here. Let's see here. Yeah, because like this guy should have a similar one. Yeah. But it's upraised. It falls along the same lines as this. Now where the boo-boo was on this is right in here. Screwed up with the black, so I'm going to actually try and make his shoulder pad look like it was a little bit battle damaged. Yeah. Frustrating. Let's see. So we get the underside here. Get his rocket pods here. I missed the Aquila on this guy's chest. What a scrub. Let's come back and fix that. Shows what happens when you think all the guys are the same. Screw that up. There we go. Yeah, so he's got Aquila here. And I forgot. So I'll have to come in and fix that. Alright, I can actually... You know, actually, talking about that upraise spot, I can show you. Here you go. When it decides to focus itself, there you go. You can kind of see it's got a little lip where the shoulder border is, and the Aquila is upraised on top of that border. Just not quite as visible with the black, because the black gets rid of the shadow. Too much here. Let's make this gun pop. Don't like this dry brush quite as much as the other one I was using. Bristles aren't quite the same. Get used to a consistency you like, and bleh. Yeah. The underside here. There you go, Centurion. Let's see here. Gotta move on to another Centurion, methinks. Let's get in the dry brush prepped. Like I said before, some of these edge or dry brush highlights here are a little bit intense, but the wash that I'll apply later will help tone that down a little bit. I'm coming here, get the other side. Important to get all angles of that gun, so people can see it. Okay. Let's get the shoulder pad now. Dun, 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 dun. Try to make that Aquila really pop out. All we're doing here is just getting the edges of the shoulder pad. Make it pop out. Again, if this was a different... Nuln oil. Yep. I'm going to come in with a silver on the guns, like right in here. And then Nuln oil over that. And that'll make it look like a dirty, kind of grungy metal. Yep. Tried and true silver paint, Nuln oil. Makes things happen. Or you'll just drop your paintbrush. Turn them. Try and get some of the underside here. Cool. And let's get a shoulder pad here. rocket area. Just can't quite see what I'm working on. Cool. Hey. Focus on. Hello, hello. Hello. You out there? Sorry. Sometimes when I'm in my live stream in World of Warships, I talk to myself. So. Same thing for this guy. Just going through. Flip over the other side. That gun looks pretty decent so far. Cool. Get some of this Longbeard Gray out here. Let's get a shoulder pad, shall we? What was it, boo-boo? Too much dry brush. Paint. We got it. Come here, get this shoulder pad. Go, nice. Let's get his rocket area here. Should have enough in this brush to do some of this gun now. Nice. Flip him over here. Get the underside of that gun. Paint here. Cool. So Tim, you're talking about me looking like a leper. There you go. Almost as much paint on me as there are on the models. So let's get this guy. So I'm just gonna spot me. Just kind of come in here, downward strokes, come back up, get the edges of the button. So there we go. Boop. Quick. Let's go ahead and get the edges of his backpack or his shoulder pads here. See if we can get any on the inside there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's what we want to see. And we're going to do, as a killer, we're going to come up towards it, from underside up. Trying to catch all those petals. Now we want to catch the top a little bit, so we're going to come down. And get a little bit more paint, because not much is coming out. I'm gonna dry brush this little cell phone thing here. And there we go. So, real quick, real easy. Whoops. You can almost not drop your brush like I've done all day. You'll be alright. Come on. Hilarious. Hilarious. Funny messages. Jeez. Crazy. Alright, so next Marine in line. Let's get y'all bolt guns, sir. I could be pretty. A pretty man, a pretty man. Yeah, I do need to cut these things. They're getting kind of grotesque. Yeah. I grow like crazy. I have to cut my nails like once every, or twice every week and a half or something stupid. I go quick as shit. A little bit too much right there. More than I would desire. But once we drop a wash over it, it'll help tone down some of the stuff. Another char brush over here, so it's giving me grief. Let's try this one. Much better. It's nice watching these guys kind of come to life. It's pretty cool. So like bolt gun, chest, killer. So yeah. Alright, let's get this guy. Same drill. Get up on your shoulder pads there, buddy. Do 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 do. Okay, let's see if we can get in there and get your kill a little bit. See, this is a plasma gun, and what we're gonna do, and we're gonna do the same thing on it, but it's cool because at some point we're gonna add a glow effect. It should be airbrushed, but if your dry brush strokes are a little off, it's okay on this particular model. It's a little bit too intense on the edge there for me. Yeah, there we go. Nice. So like on the plasma gun, we're gonna end up with a glow effect here. So it's like, no big deal if you overlap. And you know, if the glow ends up going over too much and blowing out the black, you can come back in with a little bit of wash and tone it down. So not bad. We've got one more marine right now to get the air or dry brush black on. Oh no, it's not even done. So forget you, sir. Mr. Buckgun like a dum dum. Alright, fellas, I'm going to step away for just a second. I did not bring my Nolan oil in here with me, so I've got to go grab it. I will be back in like 2 minutes, so I'll be right back. I apologize for the delay. Oh, what up, buddy? Alright, fellas, I am back. I come bearing gifts. Well, tools. Boom. And also, a granola bar. I was hungry. So you guys are going to get to hear my wrapper for just a second. So, nom on some food. Go. I agree. That's what we're going to do. Shake up the Nolan oil pretty well. Hey, we don't spill it on camera like a dum-dum. I'm not going to use it on these models that we just did. I'm going over some that we've already done. The black is already done them. Do some washing. This is just going to help tone down some of that dry brush that's a little bit intense in color. Tone it down a shade. Help add a little bit of depth to some of the other crevices on the model. Okay, let's get on the underside of the plate. Ooh! I'm going to actually be on the camera and do this, huh? Underside of the plate. There we go. Plate border done. Let's get the underside of the other plate. I'm going to be careful. I don't have to overlap the yellow too much. Just want to have a little hint of the wash next to the armor plate where it meets the yellow. That's what you're going for. Just a little trace. Help create that illusion of shadows. Okay. And get in here. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm just applying washes. Wee, a lot of it. And I'm just putting wash on them. Take it easy, Nord. I will see you later. It's the guy that plays warships with me all the time. Yeah, so it doesn't do a whole lot, but it helps tone down the gray just a little bit. Okay. The same deal on this guy. Come in here. Wash your bolt gun, Marine. It's dirty. Dirty bolt gun. I could actually wait on the wash step until the silver's down, but yeah, it helps to break down some of the, or break up some of the monotony here. Yeah, cool. A little bit. Come across the shoulder border. Don't want to touch the yellow too much. Just want a little hint. As Bob Ross would say, 2 hairs and some air. So that chunk of flake of dried paint that was in there. That's not what we want. Wash. If I'm really worried about discoloring a model, I'll thin the wash down with some varnish or medium or something. That'll help prevent the intensity from being too much. Just scraped the yellow there where I didn't want to. Let's see if we can fix that a little bit. There we go. Yeah. So if you get to the wash quickly enough, you screw up, just clean your brush off, get a little wet, scrape the wash off. That'll be fine. Come around the other side here. And some of this, like you're washing the plate, but it's also what might be called edge lining or something like that. Because we're kind of trying to get into the crevice a little bit with a wash, just to create some depth, some shadow, but without washing the whole marine. You know, this targeted washing, not a full wash of the model. I've already done that step, and that was using a mix of brown, black, and a medium to lower the intensity, because I didn't want to blow out the yellows. It'd be really easy to screw up the yellow color with too intense of a wash. Okay, let's get the underside of the shoulder pad. We're gonna get that. There we go. Alright, Marine. Get ready to go. Stand at attention with your brethren. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, getting text messages. Okay. Let's wash your gun here, buddy. There you go. Get a little depth to your stuff. Get your shoulder pad here. Oops. Okay, we're gonna try and get some of his chest here on the buckle area. Ooh, dabbed on your face, my man. I'm sorry. I have to use a bit of yellow to touch up his nose. That's okay. Mistakes do happen. It is hard not to touch parts of the model with the brush sometimes. It happens. It happens. There we go. Alright, plop you down. Hang out with your homies. Let's do this guy. This guy will be fun. He's got some cool stuff we can look at. So we're gonna get his Aquila first. There we go. Create some shadows and depth by getting under there. His sword is in the way. I'll put him up to the camera after we get the rest of his stuff washed. He's got a cool one on his back too. This cool back here. I'm gonna get some wash on that. Tone down some of that gray. I need to wash his this gun here. Let's move the wash over here. A bit easier. You just have to see me reach across the screen a lot. Alright, so we talked about checking out. There you go. So there's just a kilo on his chest, or his gorget, or whatever. And the one on his back. You can still see a little sheen because the wash is drying, but there you go. That's just black paint, dry brush, wash. Pretty quick, pretty speedy. Now we can do this guy. He looks cool. Hello, look, Mom. I'm a space marine. I'm a real boy. Let's do. Where's a kilo? There we go. Cool. Let's get his helmet. Get that eye socket blacked out. I'm gonna try and trace the plate around the top of his helmet without overlapping too much because we don't want to lose that nice yellow that we've got. Okay. Now we're going to go after his one shoulder pad that's black. Nice wash on that here. Tone it down, tone it down. Okay. Sorry guys, I got off the screen with that. I had to tilt them to get to a certain angle. We'll go after his gun now. And there you go. It's again, black, dry brush gray, no normal. There you go. I'm a real boy. Yeah, that's funny. Well, I was playing with a Space Marine and bounced him across the screen. You know, kind of like, oh look, Mom, I'm a real boy. Doing something like that. I thought it was funny. It was amusing to me. This guy's also got an Aquila, so let's wash him. overlap the yellow a little bit here because I wanted to get a little bit more depth right there. Because I was purposely making a shadow under his neck. Pull off some of that wash that overlapped in a spot I did not want. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's get your shoulder pads, buddy.
Let's get your shoulder pads, Marine. You gotta go fight with the big boys now. Those Primaris little fellers. They're a good 20% bigger than you. And you were the original Space Marine. It's heresy. What's Rowboat Girly Man think about this? What is he doing? Why? He's defied the Emperor's will.
Or something, I don't know. Insert whatever Space Marines think about the Primaris. They probably don't like them.
Like, screw you, man. When I grow up, I want to be a Primaris too. When I graduate from being a real Marine, I get to be a real big Marine. And if I'm real lucky, I'll get to be a Reaver Marine, and I'll have those weird ankles. The Cankle Marines.
Yeah. I think it's funny because those memes are running around the internet, but I do think they look cool. I mean, whatever. People are gonna... Haters gonna hate, but they do look good. Coming in, trying to get that right next to it. There you go. Do. Sorry, playing with the camera. Periodically like to shake up the wash here. Right now we're just washing the guy's gun. Tone down those grays. Just lining his armor plates here, shoulder pads. I'm doing the stuffs, doing the stuffs. Let's get the underside of this pad. Looks like I might have overlapped just a little bit, so we're going to come back in, tidy that up. Tidy that up. So just got the brush wet this time. Trying to get a little bit of that wash off that was in a spot I didn't want it. wash his backpack. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, you guys want to see? There we go. Yeah, I also do sound effects with them. I do that when I play too. This guy'll be fun. Check that out. Nice little kilo up there. Throw some wash on. Let you guys check that out. Just toning down the gray. Toning it down. And try and tidy that up just a little bit. Go in here and get his shoulder pads. You're actually not going to see this one very well. It's also covered by his jump pack, so not a huge ordeal.
I came to see your stream yesterday and you showed me how to wash models.
Yep. Some of the stuff I do is relatively straightforward. Not everything commission painters do is some trick of the trade. Some of it's stuff that everybody does. Actually, most of it's probably stuff everybody does or can do. It's just, do you do it, or do you think you can do it? And if you are willing to try, you probably can. I'm a firm believer, everybody can paint if they try. Just gotta try. Take some time. Should get there. I'm washing his Aquila and his straps right now. So jump back straps, whatever you want to call these things. And now we need to wash his bolt pistol. Your handy dandy sidearm, Marine. Nice. So there we go. It's looking pretty cool. This black tri-brush wash looking good. Check Facebook real fast. You got washed already. I think this guy was washed. I think I washed him already. No. One of these guys got washed. Alright, so start with your Keela as well, so. Marine. Just get in there with it. Let's just go ahead and wash the bottom of the Gorget too. Accent, make the white top or yellow top portion pop more. I'm gonna go after your shoulder pad here, buddy. Around the border here. Okay. Just washing the other shoulder pad now. Going for his head now, trying to just get the slightest amount of wash on the crevice on the top of the little ring of his helmet here. We don't want to discolor that yellow too much. Oh, and I forgot his gun. Noob, noob, noob. No black gun, so put him in the pile to be fixed. This guy's got an Aquila. Wash your Aquila. Aquila. They look sophisticated. Just doing the same thing, washing the shoulders. Bouncing the model around, making you guys have to look for it.
Came to watch the stream, not watch the table, Justin. What's going on?
Yeah. Still trying to get used to having a model on the screen. You gotta have a specific spot. If you move, you lose it. Just like that. And there we go. Dry brush black. Black wash. Oh, had a hair on him. chest strap thing here. Go across the shoulder borders again. And there we go. Got him blacked out. Let's do this guy. This gotta be fun. Get your Aquila. His cell phone's blocking away. Bring him down a little bit. Okay, we're gonna wash this guy's cell phone here. Whatever this thing's called. Tone down some of that gray just a smidge. Just a hair. There we go. Let's go get his shoulder pad. Let's do the underside first. So we're here. Bum, bum, bum. Put the backside over there. Ooh. That over a little bit. Damage control, damage control. Nice. Okay. Let's get the top of your gun real quick while we're here. And then I can get the top of that shoulder pad. Okay, he's done. So I could show you guys, because he looks cool. He's a cool pose. Yep. Another model here, we're washing away, washing away. I'm gonna get in here and try and get his Aquila. Cool. Get the top right under his neck plate. Great. Alright, now the tricky part. Do a shoulder pad. Underside first. Okay. Always runs over. Caught it quick that time. the shoulder borders. I'm going to get around to painting their eyeballs. These guys probably have green eyes, which I think will look pretty good with that yellow. I might go back to painting some black again, fellows. Washed a whole bunch of models. So let's make a line of washed guys. I got a row here of ones that have had the next stage, which is washing, and ones who have not, so that I don't get them mixed up. Okay, so let's mix some black again. So I've got black here, I've thinned it down. You don't want to just go right out of the pot. Thin it down. You don't have to go too thin. If you get it too thin, you'll know. It won't have good coverage, but you don't want it thick and goopy and streaky either. So, just play with it. You'll figure it out. Let's go ahead and fix this guy's bolt gun that I missed. And then we'll find someone else and I'll zoom us in. Oops. Caught your little finger there, buddy. Didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Marine. Don't be mad. Don't call the Primaris Brethren to come get me. Okay, alright. Let me also fix this guy whose bolt pistol I had missed at some point. And then we'll get back on track. This mix might be a little bit too thin. anybody. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna do some getting up in there, trying to get his chest piece area that's visible. Flip them, it's easier to get into this angle. Shoulder pad time. Just lining the shoulder pad here. Doing things and doing stuff. Different angle here, try and get the spot going towards the backpack. Tidy up some lines back here. Sorry, wasn't even looking, guys. I was in my own little world. Didn't realize the model wasn't on the screen. I'm sorry.
go, buddy. Ooh.
Get off focus, forget the penis.
Oh.
What is on my phone? We're just going in here and painting this guy's chest piece. And now we're going to work on the shoulder pad just like the other ones. This guy's shoulder pad. Boop. Let's go get the underside. side of this shoulder pad. Work on this shoulder pad here. Do, 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 do. Let's go ahead and get this guy's bolt gun painted up. Well, this is very, very entertaining. But that's what I do. I got a whole batch of these Imperial fists I gotta paint. Whoops. Touched the shoulder pad with my finger.
My finger. Oops. We'll fix it. There we go.
If I could keep it on screen, we'd be alright, but I get all hyper focused and stop paying attention. Somebody messaged me on Facebook. I wonder if I tilt that way. Let's see if that'll help me keep that in focus a little bit, or at least on the screen. Let's go ahead and get his Aquila out of the way. And we'll experiment with the camera angles and try and find ways to position this a little bit better for you guys to see what I'm doing. Just getting his chest piece positioned and painted. Oops. And still doing it. Still missing the camera. This guy shoulder pad too. find myself moving them too far up. I might need to move the camera up a little bit because the angle I like to paint. Let's switch it up and paint one of the heavy weapons. That'll be fun. Heavy bolter, heavy bolter. Heavy bolters look really good once we get to the dry brush step on them. They really pop. Shoulder pads here. black and it bled over. That's not what we wanted. We got that under control. As much as we were going to anyway. Getting in here is going to be a little tricky. I think we got it though. Good enough, good enough. Underside of you real quick, buddy. There we go. Gonna have to mix some more paint. Mix up some black here. Let's work on this guy. This guy looks like it'll be fun. Let's work on you, buddy. We have an Aquila. I should just switch here. We have an Aquila. Here. Just painting the center of his chest like we've been doing on the rest of the guys. His iconography blacked out. There we go. Now we're going to, he's got some little armor things above his Aquila. We're going to try to dot those. Lightest little touch. Okay. Shoulder pads out of the way, buddy. Underside. This guy's kind of cool because he's got a cybernetic arm. He's got stuff in there. Can't quite get to it. Yeah, annoying little hair stuck in there. I have to dig it out later when I grab my X-Acto blade. So we're going to get the insides of this shoulder pad here up towards his head and his back. There we go. Turn them so you guys can see. Let's go after his other shoulder pad here. See what we can get in there effectively. There we go. Try and get in there. The spot behind his shoulder pad near his backpack I'm trying to get. It's a little tricky. Not sure if I'm gonna get all of it. Oh, so close. I think that did it. Sorry guys, just spot I can't quite get on camera. So I just got it now. So shoulder's done. Let's go ahead and get that bolt gun painted up. Come here, bolt gun. Oops, sorry. Table wobble. It doesn't really matter if we cover up the other spots right now because we're just going to come back later and paint silver. So we can You can hit whatever on the bolt gun. Not gonna hurt anything. If anything, it's just gonna help with the silver's coverage later. There we go. Let's work on some more. Get your chest out of the way real quick there. You guys might want to see him through now. Turn him to a Jew. We're just putting spots on his chest. Can't quite see it because the plasma gun's covering it in the camera. But we are doing that. Go over here and start getting shoulder pads. There we go.
friend.
Okay, so we're gonna paint his plasma gun. Still just doing good old black. Spot here. Try and get. There we go. Cool. There's a spot on the shoulder pad. I'm gonna try and get. What's up in here? There we go. Look at this guy. I'm talking about poses earlier and things I like to do. Looks kind of cool to me. Pretty cool indeed. Let's go ahead and get this Aquila painted. Got the chest done. Let's go get these shoulder pads tackled. Let's get the inside of the shoulder pad now up next to his, you guys can't see this way. Up next to his chest and face. Get that little spot right there. There's a spot in the back here. That one. There we go. Nope. Drop my towel. Get in there. God damn it. Sorry, I messed up this spot. We're trying to fix it before the black becomes permanent. Okay. Could have been worse, I suppose. Let's get the underside of his shoulder here. And there we go. Now we just gotta get his bolt gun done. I can't remember the spot. It's really fucking. Okay. Bolt gun time. Let's get your bolt gun, buddy. Time for one more. Let's see what we got here. I guess I could show you guys what it looks like. Everything's drying right now. Let's see if we can get in here and get his chest. What's going on? Sorry, guys. Paintbrush hit a spot I wasn't aiming for. I'm gonna damage control to get it off. Just get that off. Managed to hit that same spot again. Fix it. Okay. Let's go get some shoulder pad action going on. Sorry, guys. Getting hyper focused here. Get underside. just get his bolt gun painted. Or not bolt gun, plasma gun. We got time for one more guy. It's gonna stop about 5 minutes. Let's see. Get one more dude on the table here. Start with his chest again, like the other guys. Let's go ahead and get shoulders done here. Let's get the underside. Trouble with this all day. Can't get the angle right on what I want to do. Touch this up real quick. Damn it. utterly infuriating. My paintbrush is not cooperating. Sorry, it went too far to the side of the shoulder pad, and I'm trying to like get it off. It's not the look I want. That's fine. Got the shoulder pad to go. This one will be a lot easier to get into without having problems. Let's spot next to the head real quick. Fixed up. One spot on that damn shoulder. Just not happy about it. Okay. And I got a little bit of black on his little eye visor here, but I'm planning to come back and do that silver anyway, so no big deal. Let's get this guy's bolt gun, or not the gun, painted real quick. Alright guys, all off the screen again. Not very focused. Spot in there. This hand I didn't want to get. One spot on that hand I don't want to hit. Sorry, Marine. You've been the boo-boo, Marine. Made so many mistakes on you. Okay. I think I got it. Well, fellas, I think it's probably gonna be my last marine for the evening. Zoom out, show you guys kinda what we have worked on today. We have a big pile of marines here. And we've got a bunch in this box that we washed right here. These right here that we painted with the black and dry brushed, and then the ones we were just working on now just were black. We still got dry brush and washed them. So anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed. If you've made it this far, I appreciated it. If you follow my page, awesome. If you are not familiar with me on Facebook, check out my Facebook page, AMP Services, and my website, thearmpainter.com. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. I will probably be on Warships if you guys decide you want to join me that, or maybe here's the store. Anyway, it's been fun hanging out. I will catch you guys.